morning, everyone, and welcome to the New Mexico State Game Commission meeting. Today it's Wednesday, March 4th, and I would like to welcome everyone here and our honored guests. Director Sloan, would you like to proceed with roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Bates. Here. Commissioner Kramer.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez. Here. Commissioner Solis. Here. Commissioner Vespa. Here. Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Here.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Director. Let us proceed on to the next agenda item. Do I have any discussion or a motion regarding this agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to accept the agenda as presented.
Very good.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioners. Shall we have a vote of all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Very good.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Albuquerque. The traffic sucks. It does. So I'm really pleased that you all came. We have an earlier start date, and I appreciate that everybody's bright and early, and we love to have this kind of crowd come up and give us information and their opinion on things. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with introduction of guests. And so we'll start way in the back and work our way across and all the way up front. Sir?
David Kramer, landowner, New Mexico sportsman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, public. My name is Colin Duff. I am our Southern Major out of Field Ops Division.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ray Sanchez. I'm the Northern Major for Field Operations with the Department of Game and Fish.
Sir?
Dan Sutcliffe, just an interesting observer.
He's a retired game and fish chief.
Jeff Rasmussen, Head Council of the Department. Morning, Commissioners. Tyson Sanders, Sergeant here in Albuquerque. My team covers Albuquerque and Santa Fe area.
Morning, Commission, Director Sloan. My name is Rex Martinson, Private Land Program Manager for Game and Fish.
Good morning, Commissioners, Director, members of the public. My name is Tim Simbel. I'm the captain for the Northwest Field Operations, based out of this office here.
Good morning, Matt Winder, Chief of Ecological and Environmental Planning in Santa Fe.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ben Neary from the New Mexico Wildlife Federation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ray Trejo, also with the New Mexico Wildlife Federation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Director Sloan. My name is Brandon Wynn. I'm an Albuquerque resident, long-time avid hunter, and I'm here. I like to come to these meetings because I have 4 kids and I want them to be able to have the opportunities that I've had. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director Sloan, Jesse Dubell, New Mexico Wildlife Federation.
Jerry Marachini, I was just driving by and saw all the traffic.
Good morning, Mr. Director.
Rod Nordstrom, Albuquerque.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Director. Starting Gonzalez, Marketing Manager. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners and members of the public. I'm Tristiana Bickford. I'm the Department's Communications Director.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kirk Patton, I'm Chief of Fisheries for the Department.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bob Osborne. I'm the Assistant Chief of Private Land Programs.
Good morning, I'm Robert Grigg. I'm the Colonel of Field Operations.
Good morning, my name is Dana Backer-String and I work in the Mexico State Land Office.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Karen Nix. I'm in the State Land Office.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, I'm Stephanie Garcia, Richard State Land Commissioner.
Morning. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, Stuart Riley, Chief of Wildlife, Game and Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Jim Cummins. I'm the Assistant Director for the Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. I'm Lance Cherry. I'm the Chief of Information and Education for the Mexico Department of Game and Fish.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan. My name is Craig Sanchez. I'm the Assistant Chief of Education at Game and Fish.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Ross Morgan, Public Information Officer from the Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valerie Joe, and I work with the New Mexico Office of the Attorney General.
Morning, Commission. I'm James Pittman. I'm the Assistant Chief of Information for the department.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, members of the public. My name is Sally Malave. I'm the Director of Open Government at the New Mexico Attorney General's Office.
Madam Chair, turn it back to you.
Very good. Welcome, everyone. And it's so nice to see all these smiling faces despite that horrible traffic. Okay, moving on. Vice Chair Salazar Henry, we have a consent agenda item.
Yes, ma'am. Members of the audience and the commission, we've started into a consent agenda item, and it usually has two items. The approval of the meeting, minutes of the last meeting, which was January 17th, 2020, and the approval of license revocations. So, fellow commissioners, this morning what I'd like to do is open it up for discussion. If there's anything on the approval of minutes that we need to change, amend, add. Everybody fine with that? Say nod yes, we'll move on. The approval of license revocations, does anybody have any discussion on that? Madam Chair, I do. Members of the commission?
Okay, proceed, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, in reviewing the approval of license revocations that was sent to us, there was one case that was just so egregious in its flagrancy of violations, and I really feel like I would like the commission to hear the circumstances surrounding this case. It was a very high revocation number of years, but I personally believe that it merits more discussion about whether that, in my opinion. So I would like to pull out the Gilmore case, and if Chief Colonel Gregor would come up and talk to us about that and give us some background on that.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. That individual, Mr. Gilmore, last year we had reports of some headless animals that were found around the Cloudcroft area. During the investigation, our officers were able to find 4 carcasses with just the heads removed. They were working their investigation, had served several search warrants for blood samples out of a vehicle. During that case, that individual was actually arrested on some separate charges, some larceny and possession of methamphetamine charges, and our officers had to actually go to the jail and interview him while he was there. At that point, he did admit to those animals, and we got some DNA results back that matched the cases that we had. An interesting note on that one was really what gave us a suspect was literally out in the middle of nowhere, probably 40 miles from town. There happened to be a house that had a camera in their driveway, and it just gave us a vehicle description at that point. And based on some search warrants and some cell phone tower stuff, we were able to pinpoint these individuals and start talking to them. So they did admit to killing those 4 animals, elk and deer, cutting the heads off, and they were selling the heads. We believe that there was more. He did admit to, in 1 month time, actively spotlighting at least 13 to 15 times in that 30 days. In that area, there is quite a bit of wildlife, so we do anticipate that there's more. We just did not have the evidence of that. So we did have 4 felony counts for waste of game without a license, out of season, and simply taking the head, leaving the rest of the carcass, all the meat, to waste. So we Initially, we had discussions on the recommendation for the amount of years. This is a highly egregious case, and I settled on the 20, and I gave you, my thought process was, given that individual, he's not a licensed buyer. He has not been a licensed buyer up to now. But my thought was, with giving him 20 years, would that give him the ability, at least mentally, to think there is a chance at some point? I think it's a coin toss whether that will work or not. We did have more time than that in discussion, and that's just where I settled to put in front of you all. But we are definitely open for your suggestion on this one.
Colonel, can you tell me what the original recommendations were from the investigating officers?
The original recommendation was 40 years.
And Colonel, do you, I think we've just had this discussion that there are other cases that we're going to hear similar to this or worse than this coming along the pike?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Henry, that is true. We've got a couple cases that you all will probably be hearing in the next 6 months that are 3 times the amount.
Colonel Grego, have we ever given a violator more than 20 years, or is this the first time? How many people have we done 20 years for? Is it pretty regular that we get these kind of cases?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Henry, no, the greatest we've given is 10 years, but up until a few years ago, the maximum we could give was 3 years. We went to the legislature and got it changed to where the commission could give a definite period of years on revocation, and since then, we've done several 5, 7, and 10-year cases. As we've gotten into it over the years, I think we're starting to see a trend or setting a standard for based on how egregious each violation is. This is definitely at the far end of that spectrum. And like I said, you will be hearing some cases where potentially there's been up to 30 animals that their heads were cut off.
The reason, I just want to kind of explain to the commission members also, the reason this one struck me as more extreme than most was, while I was working at the legislature this year and during the Wildlife Trafficking Act discussion, as I was on the floor talking to legislators, a few of them stopped me and said, you know, this is well and good about endangered species coming across from Europe and trying to bring animals in and stuff. But he said, what about all those guys that are out in the field killing animals and cutting off the horns and selling the horns? He said, when are you guys going to get a hold of that? And so I know there's a perception out there from a few legislators based on what their community is telling them that this stuff is going on quite a bit. And that's why this was such a concern to me about this. At this point, I think I'll be quiet and give it over to my fellow commissioners and see if there's any discussion. Commissioner Lopez?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Chair. I do have one question on this case. Was there any possibility that there was a Lacey Act violation, being that this individual resides so close to the Texas border, and a lot of these are, prized possessions from illegally taken from the field?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, I guess there is the possibility. We did not find out who they were selling the heads to, so it could be that they went across state lines. We know that does occur, and it's a product of who's purchasing those heads. We know that some of them are going upwards in the range of $10,000. So there's money to be made doing this sort of activity based on the size of the antler. But I have no proof that there was a Lacey Act violation on this.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Commissioner Colonel Grego, in addition to the revocation, I assume this has already gone through the courts? And what other fines, penalties, assessments, or anything was this individual subject to?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Solz, fortunately or unfortunately, I guess, depending on how you look at it, he was already incarcerated based on these other charges. I believe he was serving a 5 to 10 year sentence. He got no additional time for that. They just ran it concurrent. You know, they gave him 2 years, but it was concurrent with that sentence. And fines were pretty insignificant.
And as a follow-up, you said the legislature passed a new law giving us the jurisdiction or whatever to increase the revocation period. Can you give us a sense of what other states are doing with similar sorts of things? If going beyond the 3 or 5 or now potentially even 20 years is something relatively new for us, how are other states handling similar things?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, other states, we have reciprocated much greater than 20 years. Other states will do lifetime bans. We've reciprocated 20, 40, and 50-year revocations from other states based on similar violations. So it would not be out of the norm nationally based on these types of violations. It's just in the last 6 years we were given the opportunity to be able to even do that.
Okay, and again, the most that we've done in the past is how much?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, the most years of revocation we've given so far is 10.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners would like to speak? Vice Chair and Officer, I think it's Colonel, I think it's very good to bring up this very issue because I think what we're doing, at your suggestion, is possibly setting a new standard, right? With the past practice of 10 years and now exploring maybe 20 or maybe 40 is what I'm hearing. Setting a precedent is very important, and but in every case that we review, we always have to be mindful of the facts, right? And I thank you for the questions about this individual and the specificity regarding the case. So I'm certainly open to the idea of increasing the standard of 10 to 20. I think the other question about what other states have done, which is up to lifetime, I certainly understand that. So that's kind of a spectrum that we can work with. But as the chair, I'm really more concerned about how we set our practices and what standards and precedent we want to set. So I'm going to turn it back to you, Vice Chair, and let you proceed with, if you'd like, a motion.
Madam Chair, what I'd like to do is have the appropriate motion to approve the meeting minutes under the consent agenda item, as well as, and then deal with the revocation separately, because I need to pull out the Gilmore case separate from the other cases that are in the first section of revocations. So can I have a motion to accept the meeting minutes?
Or is that your motion?
Oh, okay. Just to accept the meeting minutes.
And that was a second from Dave. Okay, very good. Commissioners, all in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Very good. Motion passes. So, moving on with the agenda, some of you may have noticed a slight adjustment.
Can we finish the...
Oh, I thought that was completed.
No, that was just...
Okay, proceed.
So, Madam Chair, I have a second motion, and now we need to deal with the revocation process. Director, can you help me with the proper motion to pull this individual out and proceed with approval of the rest of the revokees?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I think a motion that said something to the effect of approving all those revocations as presented except for Mr. Gilmore would be a first step, and then you could deal with Mr. Gilmore separately.
Okay, very good.
Okay, I will make the motion to approve all the revocations as presented except for Mr. Gilmore based on the recommendations made by the Department of Game and Fish.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner Gale. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, very good, motion passes.
Now, Madam Chair, I'd like to open up the discussion. I have a new motion for Mr. Gilmore, and we'll see where it goes. So I'd like to make the motion that, in the case of Mr. Gilmore, that the department invokes the original recommendation from the officers of 40 years.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Discussion.
Oh, no, I thought we already had the discussion.
Well, they didn't, not on the...
Not on this particular one. Okay, so then let's withdraw your motion and let's have some discussion.
No, now that I made it, we need to discuss.
I understand. So do we have some discussion? On the specific case of Gilmore of 40 years revocation.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner?
Colonel Griego, in looking at the other revocation recommendations that are on the list, and again, this is particularly with regard to setting a new precedent, I noticed one of the other cases at least also has 80 points, but the recommendation on that one is only 3 years. Are you familiar with the one I'm referring to? I believe it's Holguin. And I understand that the severity is nowhere near the same, so I just want to be sure, pending what we're doing, that we all recognize it's not explicitly just the number of points.
He only has 20. Holguin? It's the first one. He has 20 points on the list?
Based on the evidence, conviction, accumulation of 80 points.
On that Ethan Holguin? I'm looking at their list right here.
Maybe it's misprint.
Then it's a misprint because the list only says 20 points.
So, Colonel Griego, perhaps you can clarify for us. I see the description of Holguin, and at the bottom it says, based on the evidence, conviction, the accumulation of 80 points, the department recommended a 3-year revocation. But there seems to be some inconsistency.
Yeah, just to clarify, then on the other list it says 20 points.
Right. Madam Chair, Commissioner Sauls, what likely that is that individual was committing license fraud residency violations, and he had 6 counts. He was probably convicted of 4. So therefore, that's where it would be 80 points. It's 20 points per violation. In that instance, it is the severity of the crime, although license fraud is significant. But that individual went in front of a hearing officer, and that was the hearing officer's recommendation, not the department's. And therefore, the officer and the department are out of it at that point with that secondary party giving that hearing and giving their recommendation. But that's where the points would differentiate. And you'll have various violations where there may be multiple violations and those points do start adding up. But we always look at the severity or the egregiousness of each violation to come up with a recommendation.
Madam Chair, Colonel Griego, thank you. That's exactly the point that I wanted to make, is that what we ultimately determine is not linked exactly to the points, but also very much to the severity of what's going on. I just want to be sure that was clear for the record. Thank you.
Very good point. Thank you, Commissioner and Colonel. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Colonel Griego, I just want to say that I am torn here because I do see the rationale that you laid out of trying to give this individual a path to eventually become a legal license buyer. They're not a hunter now, they're a poacher. They're not buying licenses is their way. So on the other hand, this is incredibly egregious and stealing from, all hunters in the state and impacting wildlife. So I don't know what to say, except I'm a little torn here. And reflecting, I guess, the internal discussion among department staff as well.
So, any other comments today?
Madam Chair, I feel a similar concern to what Commissioner Vesbach is saying, and I don't know enough about how this would work in a parliamentary fashion, but I guess I would ask our vice chair if she would consider an amendment to split the difference and perhaps consider 30 years instead of 40, since we've had both a 20 and a 40 proposed already.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, I accept that as a friendly amendment to my motion.
Thank you.
I don't know how it works.
And Commissioner, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Officer, do we have to make a decision today on this, Gilmore? Do we need more time to consider it because of the concern Commissioner Vesbach and Souls you're struggling with?
Madam Chair, I'm comfortable with that. I think and also I think the mitigating factor here is that there were the severity that was, I think, penalty that was anticipated by some of the laws that have been passed in terms of trophy poaching and civil penalties were not realized in this case. So I think it definitely, for that case, does warrant a higher assessment in terms of revocation.
So, Madam Chair, can we ask the director do we have to have a full vote on my current motion on the table and then vote it down, and then, or how does this work?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I believe that your accepting the friendly motion is the first step. Then the person who seconded the original motion will need to accept it as well, and then you can vote on the now amended motion.
Okay, very good.
Tracy will accept it.
I'll accept it.
Okay, now I think we have an amended motion with a second, and I think we can proceed to vote.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, all in favor of the amended motion for 30 years revocation for Gilmore, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Very good. Motion passes. Thank you, sir, very much for your hard work, and thank you, Vice Chair, for a really good discussion motion. Commissioners, Director Sloan, and members of the public, I don't know if any of you noticed something that just happened. There was a very thorough and very thoughtful deliberation on a motion. And before the meeting started, I was asked if that could proceed, that type of discussion. But I'm a mother of 3 children, and I always learned that last is best in the treasure chest. And before we break into our executive session, last is best in the treasure chest for this segment. I have to acknowledge Director Michael Sloan and the Department of Game and Fish, every one of you, plus the members of our public. I don't know if many of you remember that we had the New Mexico Outdoor Adventures hunting and fishing show. Most of the commissioners, if not all of the commissioners, were present. And this is a 100 industry-related exhibitors' participation in New Mexico Outdoor Adventures hunting and fishing show. It draws record crowds. More than 6,000 guests came to Albuquerque. The department staff, each and every one of them, state natural resource agencies, conservation organizations, retailers, the guides, outfitters, provided all of us guests valuable information on their organizations. The fishing, the shooting sports, outdoor recreation opportunities. Department staff even offered a chance to catch tagged fish for prizes in the catch and release fishing pond, while teaching valuable fishing skills to countless youth and families. It was so much fun. Now, while I recognize there are many staff involved in putting on this great event, Director, you have a phenomenal group of people. And I think our taxpayer dollars are being so well spent here with the people and the facilities. I'd like to recognize the team of organizers that took charge of the details and made this event a humongous success. From setup and logistics to marketing and media to managing the fish and staffing and the coach, the following individuals went above and beyond. And thank you, Commissioner Tercio, because I know you were doing that offline too. So, Information and Education Division Chief Lance Cherry, please stand up and say, we want to say thank you to you and to your team. Thank you. Thank you. James Pittman, Star Gonzalez, Tristana Bickford, Ross Morgan, Jeremy Lane, Cody Johnston, Martin Perea, Storm Usry, Dennis Segura, Darcy Schaup, Jessica Fisher, Matt Seidel, and Desi Ortiz worked from setup to tear down on every aspect of the show. So thank you too. There was also Northwest Area Captain Tim Simbal and his officers ran the poach coach and worked the fishing pond in a truly professional manner. And speaking of the fishing pond, Francina Martinez and Eric Frey with the Fisheries Management Department stepped up to ensure successful stocking in the Wildlife Management Divisions. Regional wildlife biologist Bill Taylor ran the truck that supplied the thousands of gallons of water, that critical water that we needed, and Elaine Jaramillo and the Information Services Division staff ensured the kiosks were up and running while the Administrative Services Division provided Michaela Wolf to manage the City of Albuquerque's Rockwall crew. That was great. Clarissa Romero kept the cash drawers full. She was awesome. And the gate fees were accounted for completely. So all of you, another round of applause. On behalf of the commissioners, I'd like to recognize all of you for the excellence, and again, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for representing the department in such a professional and a very positive, wonderful, heartwarming manner. So thank you. So now it is a little after 8:30, and on our agenda, we are going to proceed into our executive session. And I am told that, some of you may have noticed that we have adjusted the format of our agenda slightly. And what we're trying to do to accommodate many of you is that time arrangement, because so many of you have other things, and we're very grateful that you are here today. But we do have to proceed into this executive session. I'm told specifically what we will be discussing needs to be on the record in general terms, because as I mentioned at our last commission meeting, transparency is very important, vitally important. So if we are going to serve each and every one of you, we are going to be as transparent as possible. So, the New Mexico State Game Commission will be voting on whether to adjourn shortly. Somebody's going to give me a motion. Into this executive session, 10-15-1H8, to discuss...
And 7.
I'm sorry?
And 7.
And 7. Thank you, counsel, legal counsel. Several items. 1, the lease agreement with our New Mexico State Land Office and Commissioner. 2, access agreement across the Elliott Barker Wildlife Management Area. 3, James Whitehead and New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. 4, Dunn versus New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. And last but not least, attorney-client information, specifically some litigation. And so with that said, if there's any possibility to come back a little before 9:30, we will do so. but I will be here in my seat precisely at 9:30 to call this meeting back to order. So, that said, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn into executive session close to the public pursuant to Section 10-15-1 H8 NMSA 1978 to discuss property acquisition and pursuant to Section 10-15-1 H7 NMSA 1978 to discuss matters subject to attorney-client privilege relating to threatened or pending litigation in which the commission and/or department is or may become a participant, as listed in agenda item number 7.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Gill. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Shall we proceed to vote? Director?
We need a roll call. Madam Chair, Commissioner Bates?
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Solis?
Yes.
Commissioner Vespa?
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry?
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. We'll go into executive session.
Hello, I'm Eric Fry with the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. I'm the Sport Fish Program Manager under the Fisheries Management Division. We're down on the Red River below the hatchery on the special trout water. And today we're doing a population survey on our trout population. And we're going to be doing it via electrofishing. We have a group of some of our partners with Bureau of Land Management, and we have some interested fly fishermen that are coming out to help us today. This is a survey site we've done since 2004. We've surveyed this site about 5 or 6 times, so we come about every 2 or 3 years and do a survey to monitor the population and trends in the population. The habitat through this reach is usually pretty good. It's made up with some really deep plunge pools, some large boulders. It's a great place for trout. We have 2 species of trout we generally find here is brown trout and rainbow trout. This reach isn't stocked. These are all wild trout. And we do a survey via electrofishing. We do backpack electrofishing surveys. So we just completed one of our lek fishing passes, and now we bring the fish back into our processing site, and you can see behind me all our biologists are processing the fish. And now the point after we have them captured, we've got to collect the data on them. And what that involves, we bring them in, and you can see they're in the buckets behind me. We take the fish out of the bucket, we look at it, we identify it to species. So the 2 species we have today are brown trout and rainbow trout.
Rainbow 253.
After identifying the species, we measure it in millimeters.
128.
And then we weigh it in grams.
11.
And that information gives us an idea of the different size classes. You know, in a healthy trout population, you have multiple individuals from different size classes, all the way from what we call a young of the year, so those are the little guys, all the way to the adult fish, which are going to be the brood or the spawning fish. And then we take the weight on them, so we look at what's called their condition or relative weight, and that gives an idea of their condition, basically the health of the fish. And a fish of a certain length should have a certain weight. So a fish that's too skinny for his length lets you know that there's probably a prey-based problem or potentially a disease problem. Or there could be the population is too many fish in the river, so that weight and length relationship is really important in fisheries management. So after we process them, we'll hold them in a pen until we're done completing all our passes, and then we'll return them in the river to the reach we caught them in.
But these weren't too bad. They didn't have any collared animals in there.
We're in the San Andres Mountains of New Mexico, currently on White Sands Missile Range property, capturing between 30 and 40 desert bighorn sheep for translocation to the Sacramento Mountains across the valley here, across the Tularosa Basin, to start a new population on the Sacramento escarpment. The Sacramentos have been extinct for probably 80 years. Only 20 years ago, on the San Andres, we just had one sheep. It was a single ewe, the last native ewe in all of New Mexico, was on this mountain range. And through a combination of trapping and transplanting like we're doing today, we've restored this population to a high enough level that we feel comfortable removing 30 to 40 sheep to start this new population across the basin. Ecologically, to get the faunal component back in the ecosystem is a big deal. To restore bighorn sheep in this ecosystem, which is one of the largest mountain ranges in the Southwest, largest desert mountain ranges, that was a big deal. And we still think this population will continue to grow and provide surplus animals for translocation. This herd was started with both bighorn sheep from our captive breeding facility at Red Rock, which held San Andres genes, and Arizona genes unique to the Cofa mountain range in southwestern New Mexico. So now we've got 2 sets of genes in this herd, and this is really probably the only herd that's holding Cofa genes from Arizona. So we've got all our eggs in one basket, so ecologically important to take them to a separate mountain range in case you have disease or high predation rates, and rather than lose those genetics because they're all in one basket, now we'll have the genetics in 2 baskets and hope to have them in other baskets in the future.
Every spring, the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish collects walleye eggs in our attempt to make sure the fish populations are stable and to provide walleye for anglers to catch. Here we have a gravid female, which means the eggs are ready to go. So we take this fish back to our spawning processing site. Here we have a green female, which means the eggs aren't ready. She goes back in the water. In addition to catching walleye, we catch a whole variety of other species. We call these bycatch. Some of these include river carp suckers and channel catfish. And after we catch those guys, since we don't need those guys, we usually let them go. When we caught her.
No, she wasn't.
You know. Male, Mike. At this point, we're going to go ahead and harvest the eggs, spawn the fish, and the method we use is called the dry spawn method. The walleye eggs, as soon as the water starts hitting them, after a couple minutes, the oviposial, the spots where the sperm can access the egg, start closing, and it's a protective mechanism to protect the egg, start building a shell around the egg. So we try to keep all the water out of the eggs, and then the sperm isn't activated until it hits water, and it's only active for about 15 to 30 seconds. So what we're going to do is squeeze the eggs from the female into the pan. She's ready.
I think she's ready. A little blood, but sorry.
We'll get 2 or 3 females, collect eggs from 2 or 3 females into the pan, and then we'll add milt or sperm from the males, and we'll mix it in real good. And once that's mixed real well, then we'll add water to activate the sperm. And then after about 30 to 45 seconds, when we know that the sperm had enough chance to attach to the egg, we will actually add a clay mixture called bentonite. Walleye eggs are really sticky. They're made, when they naturally spawn, they spawn in the gravel, and the eggs they adhere to the rocks and the gravel. So what we want to do is we don't want the eggs sticking together because they'll clump up, and the ones in the center won't get oxygen and they'll die. And then they'll fungus and kill the whole lot of eggs. So we add this bentonite mixture, and it's basically like taking the stickiness off a Band-Aid. It takes the stickiness, the adhesion off the egg, and then once we've put them in here for about 10 to 15 minutes, mix them in stir them into the bentonite, we'll wash those eggs and we'll have nice, clean, separated eggs.
That's all right, don't worry about it. They'll rinse it out later. There you go.
see a bird between about that tree as you angle to about those tall trees, okay? If it's past that, it's someone else's. Once it enters here, it's yours. Okay?
Yes, sir.
When the bird comes about past your shoulder here, it's yours on either side, okay? If it's on either side, it's someone else's. About ready to go? Okay, as evenly as we can, watch your neighbor. Let's hunt.
Right here, there's 4 or 5 spots in this town that's 700-800 acres, and it looks right here. We picked this spot specifically.
In 2016, Mr. Greg Moore of the Wagon Mound Ranch in northeastern New Mexico reached out to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish with a request for black-footed ferrets on his property. Mr. Moore was very interested in reestablishing any species on his ranch that historically occurred there, and since he had a population of black-tailed prairie dogs, he felt that his ranch needed ferrets. The black-footed ferret is one of the rarest mammals in North America. It is a species that is found only in prairie dog towns and historically occurred from southern Canada through the Great Plains, the southwestern states, and into northern Mexico. The species was actually declared extinct in 1979 because no wild populations were known to exist. But then a population in Wyoming was discovered in 1981, and all the ferrets that are actually alive today are descended from that one population that was discovered more than 30 years ago.
The other, so yeah, that is too funny. Because his foreman is named. And I was telling him that you down the road you might be interested in something like this, and you've got the perfect place. And so someday maybe if you can get enough, of course you'll have to, all their set numbers and stuff like that. But they're just right over there at those hills.
This release of ferrets was a first attempt to reestablish the species on Greg Moore's ranch. We will continue to monitor this population for the next few years, and additional releases of ferrets may be conducted if necessary to add to the population.
The New Mexico Department of Game and Fish presents A Century of Conservation, a look back at New Mexico's first 100 years of fish and wildlife management. When New Mexico became a state in 1912, the state's elk herd numbered about 20 animals, and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep were missing entirely from the state. Other populations were depleted too, and early conservationists needed to restore many species. New Mexico obtained elk from Yellowstone National Park in Colorado. They were shipped by train and released into the mountains. Elk releases continued through the 1960s as the animals were brought back to mountain range after mountain range. Today, New Mexico has a population of approximately 80,000 elk, and hunting is a popular activity. The animals provide excellent meat, a true challenge for hunters, and a thrill for anyone who hears their bugles or sees a bull with its towering antlers. At statehood, New Mexico's streams were depleted, miners fished with dynamite, and extensive logging for railroad ties and mine timbers also removed stream cover and contributed to intensive erosion. To restore fish populations, New Mexico built its first fish hatchery at Lisboa Springs near Pecos in 1921. The hatchery is still in production today, although it has been expanded and refurbished several times. 5 additional hatcheries help provide millions of fish for anglers each year. The shortgrass prairie of the state's eastern side is part of the Great Plains. In the 1930s, when pronghorn antelope had declined to just a few thousand head, the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish became the first state to successfully capture and transplant antelope. It also was the first state to make movies of the operation. Antelope were transferred to ranches across the state in an effort to find suitable habitat and increase their numbers and range. In the late 1930s, wildlife also benefited from the dedication of federal tax dollars to wildlife restoration. The Pittman-Robertson Act would eventually provide funding for the restoration of numerous species and the purchase of more than 150,000 acres of wildlife habitat. The Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration Program, managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and funded by excise taxes on hunting, fishing, boating, and shooting equipment, accounts for almost a third of the department's annual budget. With antelope secure on the plains and elk recovering in the forests, in the 1940s it was time for New Mexico to turn its attention to its highest peaks. The earliest releases of Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep failed, probably due to the small numbers of animals. During the 1950s, however, Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep were successfully released in the Sandia Mountains near Albuquerque. The Sandia herd grew large enough to allow limited hunting, but eventually it exceeded the carrying capacity of the habitat. In the 1960s, excess sheep were captured in the Sandias and released in the Pecos Wilderness near Santa Fe. That population grew large enough to supply sheep to the Wheeler Peak Wilderness, the Latier Wilderness, the Rio Grande Gorge, and other locations across the state. Smokey Bear was already established as a wildfire prevention symbol by 1950, but a large forest fire in Capitan Gap left a small cub clinging to a burned tree that year. The injured cub was transported to Santa Fe to be treated by a veterinarian. Eventually, he became the living symbol of forest fire prevention and was flown by the Department of Game and Fish to the National Zoo in Washington, D.C. After living a long life at the National Zoo, Smokey was returned to Capitan, where he rests in peace at Smokey Bear Historical State Park. The conservation and restoration of many species takes decades, with many challenges along the way. The Department of Game and Fish restricted angling for Gila trout in the 1960s, and the federal government made the fish one of the original species protected by the Endangered Species Act. Because much of the Gila trout's habitat is in the Gila wilderness, recovering this species requires numerous week-long pack trips with mules and horses to do surveys and stream reclamation. After 4 decades of recovery, the Gila trout was downlisted to threatened during 2006, and limited fishing was allowed. The department is determined to continue the efforts to restore this prized native fish. Until the early 1970s, cougars were not protected by New Mexico law. There were no seasons, no bag limits, and no license was required to hunt them. Once the predators were given protection as a game species, their numbers started to climb. Hunting is allowed, but cougars with kittens are protected, and under zone management, hunt areas close if harvest limits are reached. Because of the difficulty of hunting cougars in New Mexico's arid climate, harvest limits are rarely reached, and the Department of Game and Fish has to kill some cougars every year that represent a threat to humans. Like the Gila trout, the Rio Grande cutthroat has declined in abundance. Much more common than the Gila trout, the Rio Grande cutthroat lives in the northern reaches of the state's waters. Keeping it off the endangered species list has been an ongoing project of the Department of Game and Fish since the 1980s. The fish are spawned at the Seven Springs hatchery and released in suitable waters across the northern mountains. This is a beautiful fish, as red as a New Mexico sunset that truly exemplifies wilderness. Catching a cutthroat is a thrill for any angler, and not just because of their beauty. The high country streams where they live are not what many folks envision when they hear the words New Mexico. The state mammal is the black bear, a species first protected in the 1920s. New Mexico is home to approximately 6,000 black bears in 2012, although they are rarely seen in the wild. To learn more about the secretive nature of the black bear, the Department of Game and Fish contracted for an 8-year study of the species. The Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration Program helped pay for the study of both northern and Gila country bear populations. The information developed is still being used to determine population estimates and bear hunting seasons. Black bears have expanded their territory since the first surveys done in the 1920s, returning to mountain ranges where they were once absent. Today, they often make their presence known by raiding trash cans and dumpsters in mountainous areas of the state and even in Albuquerque. To keep the public safe, the department is now taking a more aggressive stance against bears habituated to human garbage and bird feeders. River otters were returned to the Rio Grande in 2008. These large aquatic weasels had been missing for decades, but now they thrill river runners and others who enjoy recreation along the Big River. Appropriate for New Mexico's centennial year, the State Game Commission delisted the desert bighorn sheep from the state's list of endangered species in 2012. It was a crowning achievement for a century of conservation that brought back much of the wildlife heritage of New Mexico. Decades of captive rearing in the desert near Lordsburg, control of cougars, and translocation operations from Arizona and Mexico brought this species back to New Mexico's desert mountain ranges. This would not have been accomplished without the support, both financial and political, of the men and women who buy hunting, trapping, and fishing licenses in New Mexico. None of this would have been possible without the hundreds of millions of dollars contributed through the purchases of hunting and fishing tackle, those federal excise taxes that pay for bear studies, hatchery management, recovery of rare fish, and transplants of majestic bighorn sheep. The New Mexico Department of Game and Fish wants to thank you outdoorsmen and women for making our century of conservation possible.
Hello, I'm Eric Fry with the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. I'm the Sport Fish Program Manager under the Fisheries Management Division. We're down on the Red River below the hatchery on the special trout water. And today we're doing a population survey on our trout population. And we're going to be doing it via electrofishing. We have a group of some of our partners with Bureau of Land Management. And we have some interested fly fishermen that are coming out to help us today. This is a survey site we've done since 2004. We've surveyed this site about 5 or 6 times, so we come about every 2 or 3 years and do a survey to monitor the population and trends in the population. The habitat through this reach is usually pretty good. It's made up with some really deep plunge pools, some large boulders. It's a great place for trout. We have 2 species of trout we generally find here is brown trout and rainbow trout. This reach isn't stocked. These are all wild trout. And we do a survey via electrofishing. We do backpack electrofishing surveys. So we just completed one of our lek fishing passes, and now we bring the fish back into our processing site, and you can see behind me all our biologists are processing the fish. And now the point after we have them captured, we've got to collect the data on them. And what that involves, we bring them in, and you can see they're in the buckets behind me. We take the fish out of the bucket, we look at it, we identify it to species. So the 2 species we have today are brown trout and rainbow trout.
Rainbow 253.
After we identify it to species, we measure it in millimeters.
128.
And then we weigh it in grams.
11.
And that information gives us an idea of the different size classes. You know, in a healthy trout population, you have multiple individuals from different size classes, all the way from what we call a young of the year, so those are the little guys, all the way to the adult fish, which are going to be the brood or the spawning fish. And then we take the weight on them, so we look at what's called their condition or relative weight, and that gives an idea of their condition, basically the health of the fish. And a fish of a certain length should have a certain weight. So a fish that's too skinny for his length lets you know that there's probably a prey-based problem or potentially a disease problem. Or there could be the population is too many fish in the river, so that weight and length relationship is really important in fisheries management. So after we process them, we'll hold them in a pen until we're done completing all our passes, and then we'll return them in the river to the reach we caught them in.
But these weren't too bad. They didn't have any collared animals in there.
We're in the San Andres Mountains of New Mexico, currently on White Sands Missile Range property, capturing between 30 and 40 desert bighorn sheep for translocation to the Sacramento Mountains across the valley here, across the Tularosa Basin, to start a new population on the Sacramento escarpment. The Sacramentos have been extinct for probably 80 years. Only 20 years ago, on the San Andres, we just had one sheep. It was a single ewe. The last native ewe in all of New Mexico was on this mountain range. And through a combination of trapping and transplanting like we're doing today, we've restored this population to a high enough level that we feel comfortable removing 30 to 40 sheep to start this new population across the basin. Ecologically, to get the faunal component back in the ecosystem is a big deal. To restore bighorn sheep in this ecosystem, which is one of the largest mountain ranges in the Southwest, largest desert mountain ranges, that was a big deal. And we still think this population will continue to grow and provide surplus animals for translocation. This herd was started with both bighorn sheep from our captive breeding facility at Red Rock, which held San Andres genes, and Arizona genes unique to the Cofa mountain range in southwestern New Mexico. So now we've got two sets of genes in this herd, and this is really probably the only herd that's holding Cofa genes from Arizona. So we've got all our eggs in one basket, so ecologically important to take them to a separate mountain range in case you have disease or high predation rates, and rather than lose those genetics because they're all in one basket, now we'll have the genetics in two baskets and hope to have them in other baskets in the future.
Every spring, the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish collects walleye eggs in our attempt to make sure the fish populations are stable and to provide walleye for anglers to catch. Here we have a gravid female, which means the eggs are ready to go. So we take this fish back to our spawning processing site. Here we have a green female, which means the eggs aren't ready. She goes back in the water. In addition to catching walleye, we catch a whole variety of other species. We call these bycatch. Some of these include river carp suckers and channel catfish. And after we catch those guys, since we don't need those guys, we usually let them go. When we caught her.
No, she wasn't.
You know. Male, Mike. At this point, we're going to go ahead and harvest the eggs, spawn the fish, and the method we use is called the dry spawn method. The walleye eggs, as soon as the water starts hitting them, after a couple minutes, the oviposium, the spots where the sperm can access the egg, start closing, and it's a protective mechanism to protect the egg, start building a shell around the egg. So we try to keep all the water out of the eggs, and then the sperm isn't activated until it hits water, and it's only active for about 15 to 30 seconds. So what we're going to do is squeeze the eggs from the female into the pan.
She's ready. I think she's ready. A little blood, but sorry.
We'll get 2 or 3 females, collect eggs from 2 or 3 females into the pan, and then we'll add milt or sperm from the males, and we'll mix it in real good. And once that's mixed real well, then we'll add water to activate the sperm. And then after about 30 to 45 seconds, when we know that the sperm had enough chance to attach to the egg, we will actually add a clay mixture called bentonite. Walleye eggs are really sticky. They're made when they naturally spawn. They spawn in the gravel, and the eggs they adhere to the rocks and the gravel. So what we want to do is we don't want the eggs sticking together because they'll clump up, and the ones in the center won't get oxygen and they'll die. And then they'll the fungus and killed a whole lot of eggs. So we add this bentonite mixture, and it's basically like taking the stickiness off a Band-Aid. It takes the stickiness, the adhesion off the egg, and then once we've put them in here for about 10 to 15 minutes, stir them into the bentonite, we'll wash those eggs and we'll have nice, clean, separated eggs.
That's all right, don't worry about it. They'll rinse it out later. There you go.
See a bird between about that tree as you angle to about those tall trees, okay? If it's past that, it's someone else's. Once it enters here, it's yours. Okay?
Yes, sir.
When the bird comes about past your shoulder here, it's yours on either side, okay? If it's on either side, it's someone else's. About ready to go? Okay, as evenly as we can, watch your neighbor. Let's hunt.
Right here, there's 4 or 5 spots in this town that's 800 acres, and it looks right here. We picked this spot specifically.
In 2016, Mr. Greg Moore of the Wagon Mound Ranch in northeastern New Mexico reached out to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish with a request for black-footed ferrets on his property. Mr. Moore was very interested in reestablishing any species on his ranch that historically occurred there, and since he had a population of black-tailed prairie dogs, he felt that his ranch needed ferrets. The black-footed ferret is one of the rarest mammals in North America. It is a species that is found only in prairie dog towns and historically occurred from southern Canada through the Great Plains, the southwestern states, and into northern Mexico. The species was actually declared extinct in 1979 because no wild populations were known to exist. But then a population in Wyoming was discovered in 1981, and all the ferrets that are actually alive today are descended from that one population that was discovered more than 30 years ago.
The other, so yeah, that is too funny. Because his foreman is named. And I was telling him that down the road you might be interested in something like this, and you've got the perfect place, and so someday maybe if you can get enough.
Commissioner.
go back.
I know, I'm looking for it. Give me a minute.
It's right under tab 7.
Under tab 7.
Okay. Okay, it's 9:32. I tried for 9:30. Commissioners, thank you for joining me. Thank you. We were in closed session, closed executive session. This commission had adjourned into executive session, and it was closed to the public, and I thank you for your patience. During the executive session, the commission discussed only those matters specified in its motion to adjourn, and it took no action as to any other matter. However, I do need to add that, Director Sloan, we may need to amend our agenda to continue discussion of the executive session. It will be brief at the end of the day, because the last item on the agenda included a item regarding attorney-client and litigation. So I want all of you to know that today the commission was notified that our Department of Game and Fish filed a suit, declaratory judgment, against it under the Declaratory Judgment Act related to 1746C NMSA 1978, commonly known as the non-navigable statute. The commission will be represented by the Office of Attorney General, and we will have no other comment, no further comment on the matter of non-navigable statute or any other issues related to non-navigable waters. We will have no comment, but as you know, on our agenda, we do have public comment, and we are always here to listen to you, okay? And we respect your opinions and your thoughts, and you can certainly do that. But from the commissioners, all of us, each and every one of us commissioners, I see some nods on this, from this table, we will provide no further comment, okay? So, that said, Vice Chair, did you want to add anything?
No, Madam Chair, I think we're very clear that we will have no comment as this is in court now, so we appreciate the public's patience and willing not to keep asking about comments.
So, but again, we're going to move into agenda item number 8, right? And that is general public comments. We have always had the State Game Commission. Again, we try for transparency. We look forward to hearing from you, members of the public. So comments are limited to 2 minutes per speaker, with the total public comments not to exceed 30 minutes. And as you can see, I do look at the clock. At the conclusion of 30 minutes, the general public comment will end. Individuals may only take comment during one of the 2 scheduled general public comment items. So we'll have one this morning and then again one in this afternoon. Thank you, Lance. Okay, so I know many of you found the cards up front, so thank you. I'd like to hear first the commissioners welcome John Crenshaw. We have a microphone here, and we want to say thank you for being here today, and we're listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners, public, everybody. John Crenshaw, I'm president of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation, and I just wanted to bring up right quick that the Game and Fish Department is about 10 years overdue for a license fee increase. We are prepared, as are many other sportsmen's organizations, to help you get one in the next session. I would like to suggest we start yesterday with our planning. The department came up with a pretty good plan in 2008, what year is this, 2018, but did not get very far along in the legislature. We didn't expect it to. But we do want to get hard behind it and start trying to get this done. My kids were born the same year, the last meaningful license, grandkids, I should say. It's been quite a while, but not that long. But anyway, they were born the same year that the last meaningful license fee change took place, and they'll be seniors in high school by the time we get this done. So let's get hard behind it. Thanks.
Madam Chair, John, Commissioner. I talked to legal counsel about those. I have a question, John, for you. How many members does the Mexico Wildlife Federation have?
We have about 80,000 email followers, and we are an unpaid. We have no other category, as in you pay $25 to get a membership. So
I'm just going to tell you. Yeah, I would just like to tell you, I'm getting lots of concern from within your own organization and from without, that you're getting, because you're touting the number of 80,000 or 83,000, I read somewhere, that you're getting an elevated status with them and that you're representing all of the sportsmen. I went into your financials, and like last year, you got $19,000 in paid membership fees. If they even paid $50, that's 380 members. So I want to say thank you very much. I understand that the protocol that's attached to the agenda item is very specific. Okay. And so I'm going to say thank you for introducing this issue, but I'm going to have to cut it off. Yes, thank you, Mr. Crenshaw, and thank you, Commissioner Gill. I think what we can do with this specific issue is we can notice it to the public later, and we can bring it up in another meeting. So, again, thank you for the public comment. I apologize. Actually, it's a demonstration that, this is a demonstration that we are listening to all of you. So I want to say thank you. And I apologize if I had talked to legal counsel so I could talk about it. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a comment. I too have concerns about this issue, and I did actually speak to our attorneys as well, and was informed that unless we noticed it, we could not discuss it. So it's interesting you've got different instructions. So I appreciate that we're going to put this on the agenda.
I would love to do that. Thank you.
For the next meeting. Thank you. That's all my comments are.
Okay, very good.
Madam Chair, can I say something too?
Well, okay. Let's, again, this agenda item is specifically addressed as general public comment. And when we are in this particular agenda item, I think it's important that we listen and that we do not speak. But if we have a question, I think it's okay to ask a question. But at this point, and I'm kind of looking at our counsel over here, the general public comment is designed specifically to listen to the public. So that's my approach, okay? Did you have a question?
No, thank you for saying that.
Okay. Anybody else with a general public comment? Okay, well then let's move on to item number 9. We have our Director of Game and Fish, Michael Sloan, to speak about the legislative update that we recently had, our good state of New Mexico. Legislative actions during this last session, including operating budget, capital projects, and any other bills impacting the State Game Commission and the Department of Game and Fish. Thank you, Director Sloan.
Madam Chair, thank you. If it's all right with you, I'll just speak briefly from here.
Okay, very good.
There were really four bills that had a significant impact on the agency. Obviously, the appropriation bill, House Bill 2, we had a request of $1.2 million. The eventual, after going through the sausage-making process, the legislature approved about $1 million increase over our current operating budget, so we'll have about a $41.8 million budget for next fiscal year, which includes about $300,000 for vehicle replacement in our field operations for our officers. That number, however, does not include the 4% increase that all state employees will receive, nor does it include the increase for PERA costs. That's expected to be another $1.5 million, so the budget will be probably close to $43 million by the time it's all said and done. There's also a special appropriation request of $500,000 from the general fund. The intent of that request was to begin to receive general fund funding for non-game species management. As that worked through the legislative session, the request moved from the general fund to the game protection fund, which kind of is contrary to the intent of trying to ensure that all citizens support non-game management as is laid out in the Wildlife Conservation Act. House Bill 2 is still awaiting the action by the governor. House Bill 349 was the capital outlay project. There were two items in that bill: $1 million Sykes Act fund request for capital projects. That's the Habitat Stamp Fund. That's, again, waiting for, it passed through both houses and is waiting for governor action. There was also an $85,000 severance tax project that went to the Environment Department for the water system at Los Ojos. There's probably a chance that that's going to need to be reauthorized to the proper agency. We'll see how that plays out, whether we can do something through an agreement or whether that just goes back through the process next year. Senate Bill 33, study funding non-game species conservation, was sponsored by Senator Bill Soules. It appropriated $200,000 in general fund money to conduct a study to quantify funding needs and identify possible sources of funding, including mechanisms that could generate recurring annual revenues for an expansion of the Department of Game and Fish's authority to include the conservation of non-game wildlife species, state threatened and endangered species, and species of greatest conservation need. That bill passed Senate Conservation but did not move any farther in the session. And I think that's a common theme that we've been hearing about how we're going to pay for non-game species management. We know there's the Recovering America's Wildlife Act out there in the U.S. Congress. If that passes, we'll need match. So I think that topic will continue to come up, and we're certainly monitoring what other states are doing. And then finally, there was SB 75, the Wildlife Trafficking Act, sponsored by Senator Stewart. That bill mirrors federal law by giving all New Mexico commissioned law enforcement officers authority to enforce restrictions on the sale or trade of Appendix 1 CITES listed wildlife or wildlife parts. Creates fines and a civil litigation process. The biggest impact to the agency, besides the ability to enforce under that, is that we may be required to provide training to other law enforcement agencies around the state. Again, that bill is awaiting governor action at this point.
Commissioners, any comments?
Madam Chair? I have a comment, and actually I have a question, and because it was posed to me, and I really hadn't thought about this, but Director Sloan, I was asked if, since this was a governor request on behalf of the conservation community for the $500,000 in general fund money, and because the LFC, in their all-consuming wisdom, decided that hunters ought to pay for it, not the conservation community, whether or not this commission and our chair should take a position on supporting the line item veto of that, because it does defeat the purpose, and have our commission chair write a letter to the governor on behalf requesting that that be line item vetoed. Do you see a benefit in that? Does the commission have any, members have any?
Can you say that again?
The purpose of the $500,000 special appropriation was an agreement between the governor's office and conservation, non-hunting conservation organizations to start the process of providing funding again for non-game species from monies other than what's been provided so far by the hunting, fishing, and trapping community. And because the LFC decided, well, Game and Fish has a pot of money, they don't need general fund money. They switched the funding from general fund requests to out of the Game Protection Fund.
Okay.
What I would like is this commission to be on record in some fashion. I don't know if it's a letter to the governor supporting line item veto of that special appropriation so that we can continue working on the LFC to find a way to get them to understand what we're trying to do without penalizing or the Game Protection Fund, especially at this time when we already need the license fee increase.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner?
I think that's the right way to go. If you look at, the Wildlife Conservation Act, the intent was to bring general fund money, so not everything is on the backs of hunters and anglers paying for wildlife conservation. It used to receive appropriations until about the 2008 crash, never was restored. This governor is trying to restore that funding to broaden the source. We could match that. The hunter and angler money is already matched, so it defeats the purpose of getting a federal match as well. If you tally up in real dollars, the department has lost about $4 million from not getting those general fund appropriations over the years. That's not work that ceased. It's work that then was paid for by hunters and anglers. So the whole purpose was to broaden the burden of funding, and it had a lot of support from conservation organizations. It's really unfortunate. I think LFC did not understand what the department was trying to do there, and so I would support the Vice Chair's idea of writing a letter asking for a veto on that, and we need to, bring that back. And in addition, hunters and anglers during that time period have been asked to fund state parks as well. So, there's been a lot put on the backs of hunters and anglers, and I think this had broad support from the non-hunting community as well. It's really unfortunate, but I think the right way to go is ask for a veto.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner?
Madam Chair,
Souls?
I apologize for not knowing the details of this, but it sounds to me like taking money from the Game Protection Fund for non-game species is an issue. So I'm supporting the fact that this doesn't seem like the right place to get the money. Director Sloan, can you tell me if the Game Protection Fund has any provisions that state what it is and is not to be used for?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, the fund does have restrictions on what it can be used for. However, by virtue of the Wildlife Conservation Act being part of Chapter 17 and species designated therein, we can expend game protection funding on it, but as was pointed out earlier, the language in the statute says that funding should be found separate and apart from the Game Protection Fund for the species covered under that act. And that did used to happen to a small degree, but it has not happened since the mid-2000s.
Thank you. So I think that supports what the commissioners are saying in terms of concern, is the intent was not to use the money this way, and therefore I support what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to draft a letter on your behalf. So before we proceed, I want to continue with this discussion. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners over here? No?
I just have a comment on one of the capital outlay projects.
Okay, very good.
So initially, as the director stated, there was an $85,000 appropriation that started off as a $200,000 capital outlay request to improve the drinking water system at the Los Osos Fish Hatchery, which has had some history of being shut off in the spigot and such. And as the Vice Chair stated, in the interest of wisdom, Legislative Council Service interpreted as wastewater, and that's why I went to the Environment Department. Mm-hmm. So the Environment Department did call me, and they are going to request that the money come to us. So $85,000 might be a drop in the bucket, but it's a start, and we might have to reauthorize that this coming session as well.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to, before we get a motion on the table, I'm going to ask our attorneys for some clarification. If we proceed with a motion where we have a letter sent to the governor's office, as previously described, and having that letter reviewed by all the commissioners or maybe some of the commissioners, would that be appropriate under the Open Meetings Act?
If
the circulation of a letter.
The circulation of a letter would go to the individual commissioners, and the only way that it could be done, and also comport with the Open Meetings Act, would be for individual commissioners to reply only to the director and not share, and the director and no one else share what the comments of the other commissioners were.
Excuse me, I think it would be to the chair, not the director.
Okay.
This is on behalf of the commission is writing, not the director.
Right, so if you're writing this letter and you have a draft and you send it out, blind copy to individual commissioners, asking for feedback, and the feedback comes to you only, where there's not a discussion among commissioners, and you're not sharing the information that you receive from other commissioners.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Council. So I just, again, in the spirit of transparency and making sure that we are doing this. Now, did you want to proceed with your motion?
Madam Chair, just a comment on that. Because House Bill 2 is one of the last things that the governor will be signing, and she is on a deadline right now, it's going to happen fairly quickly. There's not time to circulate this up to 6 other individuals. My recommendation and my motion is that a draft of what the language needs to say and where it sits in HB2 be drafted by the director for your signature, and we will all trust you to send that to her lickety-split.
Okay,
so that's my motion.
Make sure that we get that on the record. It is lickety-split. Okay, do I have a second on that motion? Second. Okay, perfect. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Very good. Director, I will expect a draft from you. And
Lickety-split.
Lickety-split. I love that. Oh, my gosh. Very good. Well, thank you. Now we are moving on to item number 10. And this is a presentation of proposed easement agreement for access to state lands. Thank you very much. Director or Chief? Yes, thank you, Stuart Lively.
I'm sure you could just call me Stuart, that's no problem. As you all know, the department works with the state land office and has for a number of years on providing access to sportsmen to state lands, to access those for the hunting, fishing, and trapping. As the new commissioner came on in the last year, we worked with her and her staff to develop a new easement. The easement expires at March 31st of this year. We came to some terms on, we want to work together on this, and we want to do a one-year easement as we work through some of the provisions that we're proposing changing, and ensuring that we work in cooperation moving forward as we develop maybe more of a long-term easement into the future. But for this first year, I think we have some provisions that we want to mention that are in the draft that are different from the previous version that we were under, that I think is a benefit for both the department, the sportsman, and also the state land office. So again, as we mentioned, it's a one-year easement with the state land. One of the big things that we did do that was agreed upon is increase the scouting period for hunters from 7 days to 14 days prior to the start of their hunt. So there's a little bit more of a scouting period in there. One of the other points that we worked on was the fee in which we pay for that easement. Currently we're paying $1 million annually for that easement agreement. We were able to negotiate with the state land office that we'd pay $800,000 in cash up front in the first part of it, but that we could work in the ensuing year on the $200,000 negotiated to pay that in lieu of direct cash that we could do habitat enhancement to benefit wildlife species across state lands. Working in cooperation with the state land, with the commissioner and her staff on mutual benefits for wildlife species, whether that be prairie chicken, elk, deer, one of those, where we agree upon that. So anything we spend out of the Game Protection Fund or our federal funds that go towards that habitat improvement that is agreed upon by the commissioner and their staff can reduce that $200,000 down. Also, anything that goes towards sportsman's access, that would increase sportsman's access on state land, would also be in lieu of direct cash, up to $200,000. If we don't spend up to $200,000 by March 31st of next year on the ground, we would then owe whatever is remaining in cash. We feel confident that we can work with the state land to get that $200,000 in and on the ground to benefit wildlife and benefit sportsmen. One of the other big things that is in this lease that wasn't previously is 2 pilot programs as it pertains to camping on state land. Those 2 pilot programs are looking at dispersed or roadside camping on large chunks of state land where it makes sense, where it makes sense from a resource use, where we have issues where hunters are driving long ways from a camping area to get into the hunting areas. Again, working with the commission and her staff to figure out where those might work in the next ensuing year. And then another big point of allowing potentially backpack camping in some of these large areas, roadless areas where hunter access is difficult. It might be 10 miles, 5 miles from the nearest road to get to some of these areas. So working on those pilot programs, it was sought for by our sportsmen, and I think it's a big win to get into the state land agreement. Finally, one of the things that we were negotiating with on the state land that I think is important for sportsmen, important for the state land office, and important for you all is the discussion point around potential closure of lands. One of the provisions in there that would have now allowed if the commissioner determines that there is a need for public health or safety or other reasons to close or withdraw lands from the easement, that she works in consultation with the department and the director prior to doing that. But another important aspect is in the ensuing 2 weeks after that she works with us and her staff works with us to look at if there's mitigating circumstances where we could open back up those lands if we deem that it's necessary to go with that. So with that, I would turn it over to the commissioner if she has anything specific to say or turn it over for questions.
Thank you very much, Stuart. We are very honored to have our commissioner who is doing a very fine job. And with that, before we turn it over to her, I would like to ask our vice chair to introduce her because she deserves the recognition and the honor of her presence here today. So thank you, Vice Chair.
Madam Commissioner, thank you very much for all of the hard work you did in helping direct the conversation from what looked like a very troubling sticking point to a point where we all sat back, took a breath, looked at ways to make it work for a year, and also for encouraging your staff, making us sit back and encourage our staff to open lines of communication better between our 2 agencies. We have so much in common that we want to do and achieve on state trust lands. We have so many of the same publics that we want to have on our side for when we need them to stand up for the integrity of state trust lands. And so I think your commitment, your staff's commitment, the game department staff, the director and Stuart and everybody who sat at the table and our representative, Commissioner Westbach, did a fantastic job in getting this off the ground. And I want to commend Stuart Lively. He and I had a chance to chat at the legislative session for quite a while and talked at great length about how to move forward in a productive manner so that our next easement agreement is so much smoother than the first one. So again, thank you so much for coming and making this possible. We appreciate it very much.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I just wanted to actually just reiterate all of the acknowledgments that you just went through, Madam Vice Chair, in terms of the work that went into the agreement you have before you. And we were facing a new administration on my side, a new commission on y'all's side, and so we had to work through some of those sort of transitionary issues. But in terms of just the commitment of time, energy, resources, brain power from your director, from his staff, and you thanked Commissioner Vesbach. I think he really brought like a level head to the table that we very much appreciated. Madam Vice Chair, the withdrawal provision is at your suggestion, so thank you very much for that. And really, in recognition of the long tradition of sportsmen in our state, going back even beyond statehood, we want to ensure that our 8.8 million acres of state trust land remain accessible, that we reduce the amount of conflict we have between multiple users, that we ensure that money being spent on the ground is credited back to the department. Some of those things are the things we heard from the sportsman community, that we heard, from the members of this commission, from the staff, and so we remain committed to ensuring that those stay in our future agreements. So, Esther, and you did a great job. So thank you for running through those details. But as he mentioned, we're sort of wanting to try out this one-year agreement and see what works, what doesn't work, and hammer out the details for maybe a longer-term easement next time. So it's my privilege to be here.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Director Sloan, did you have anything else to say too?
Madam Chair, I think that both the Commissioner and Stewart have covered it all. I think that we've got a good agreement in front of us, and hopefully you'll agree.
So how would we like to proceed with this matter?
Make a motion.
Perfect.
Madam Chair, move to approve the Chair of the State Game Commission to execute the easement agreement with the State Land Office as presented.
Very good. Second?
Yes. Second.
Thank you, Jimmy. Commissioner. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Very good. Motion passes.
So, Madam Chair, we do have a table set up in the lobby if you'd like to go ahead and sign the document today.
Can we do that during the session? Do we just, or do I need to pause?
We can take a quick break.
Quick break to go sign. Very
take
good.
some pictures and sign the form.
Okay, so let's give ourselves 5 minutes and we'll adjourn in exactly 10:10. right along. It is now 10 minutes after 10. So thank you, commissioners, Department of Game and Fish, and our members of the public. We are going to proceed on with item number 11. Chief Stuart Riley, we have initiation of migratory bird rule for 2020-2021 hunting season. I believe this is an action item, so we're very eager to hear from you. Looking forward to your presentation on this proposed season date and bag limits for migratory birds. And again, thank you all for this presentation.
For sure. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, this is a rule that's an annual rule. It's an annual rule because, as some of you know, you guys came in on the latter part of the rulemaking last year. We work in cooperation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, federal government, and the governments of Canada to set duck and migratory bird hunting regulations on an annual basis. So the federal government has a paired rule that will go through the Federal Register. You all have a rule that has to conform to the federal regulations. It can always be more restrictive than the federal regulations, but you can't be more liberal than the federal regulations. So we will, as always, you'll see in these rules where we adjust our season dates based upon whatever the federal frameworks. The frameworks is basically what the federal law allows us to do, the liberal most of what it allows to do. And we adjust our bag limits in accordance with the federal government as well. The final frameworks for the 2020-2021 season were supposed to be published in the Federal Register by the end of February. They haven't been published in the Federal Register yet. They did have the proposed final frameworks out on the Register in December, so we know what it looks like. We know how to start working on the rule. But that said, and I don't expect you all to read the slide word for word, but really what the important steps of this is by April 30th of this year, the department has to turn in our season selections to the federal government. We can't go any past April 30th of this year on the season selections. We do have a commission meeting on April 30th, so we will ensure that everyone is good with the season selections on April 30th. We'll submit that to the federal government on the 30th, and then you all will basically adopt the federal rules and the frameworks in August of this year. So this is the initiation, so if there's ideas outside of what the federal frameworks will allow from commissioners on what to look for in the rule or different dates, we're wanting that input now so we could go out to the public, which will have meetings here across the state pretty soon to go out to the public to see if there's any changes in the dates that's allowable within the federal frameworks that we would like to do. Some of the changes that we know we'll do or we propose that will happen is some changes to the start dates for some of the duck seasons. Congress actually amended the Migratory Bird Act a year and a half ago that allows for duck season to go all the way to January 31st now. So we will, because we are what they consider a southern tier state where we have wintering birds, not stopover coming from the north to the south, we'll probably propose in almost all of our southern zone areas a January 31 end date. So that will change our start date in those zones. So we'll go to the public, ensure that that's what they want, but because we have a lot of wintering birds, it's the most beneficial to our sportsmen. The only one where we probably won't have a January 31st end date is the north zone, north of I-40 in the Central Flyway, where we have freeze-out conditions, and the birds just move south of that line into typically the Middle Rio Grande or in the Pecos drainages. One of the other things that you will see, we are allocated, in the Middle Rio Grande, we winter probably 80 to 90% of the entire world's population of the Rocky Mountain population of sandhill crane. We then get an allocation by the federal government on the number of birds we could harvest in a year. Our allocation last year was 564 birds. We are estimating our harvest of this last season at 530. So we are right at our allocation level on harvest. We do know the allocation is going to be reduced this next season to 534 birds. One of the things that we're going to do at the public meetings and go out is look at, because we could always be more restrictive than the federal government, is potentially restricting the bag limit from 3 to 2 on some of our later hunts. Our later hunts are more successful, have a higher proportion of the graders population. So if we do that, we will probably not have to cut our draw permits in order to stay within our bag allocation, but it would just cut the daily bag limit and the possession limit for those later hunts. So I think that's our proposal that we'll take to the public and get public comment on, that we want to ensure that we can offer the most hunting opportunity, but realizing that to stay in our allocated limits, we're going to have to reduce those later hunt bag limits to conform to that. Also probably moving we're proposing moving the Bernardo-specific youth sandhill crane hunt from December to November. The reason for that is the bird, in order for us to start cutting corn on the farms, that hunt has to be finished. If that hunt isn't finished, we're not allowed to cut corn because it's considered baiting under the federal regulations. So we need to move that hunt a little bit earlier so we can still have, we had birds showing up in great numbers mid-November. We had 20,000 plus birds, but we weren't able to cut corn because of that hunt still being there. So we propose moving that hunt sooner. The other one is the pintail. It's going to remain, it was right at the cut-off threshold again for 1 or 2 bird bag limit. It's going to remain a 1 bird bag limit for the next season, so we'll recommend that. We're proposing 3 meetings. This is where the majority of our waterfowl hunters do show up for public meetings, but those 3 would be late March to early April to confirm on our hunt dates and some of these other sandhill crane issues that we discussed, but we're proposing Albuquerque, Farmington, and Las Cruces for those meetings. Again, we'll come back to you all on April 30th at the commission meeting with our final proposal on the dates. It's not necessarily that you're adopting the rule at that time, but at those dates are the dates we have to submit to the federal government, that those are the selections that the department is choosing for the year. Here's what we are going to go out with to the public meetings on our proposals. Again, you'll see most of that has a January 31st end date. So the end date really dictates what the start date is because we are only allowed so many hunting days in a season. The only one different on that is the north zone of the Central Flyway, where we're proposing an end date of January 13th to take advantage of an early opener of birds migrating in a little bit sooner on the north end of the state. Pacific Flyway, which is just that portion of the state that's to the west of the Continental Divide. Again, we're proposing a January 31st end date for most of that, except for on that north zone where it'd be, I guess on the north zone it'd still be at October 17th and on January 31st, but SCOP specifically has a shortened season according to the federal regulations. So again, we'll take this out to the public. We'll come back to you on January 30th with our final proposed April 30th, on our final proposed dates, which will be submitted to the Federal Register, and then you'll adopt this rule. It'll be up for proposal for adoption at the August commission meeting. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Awesome, thank you very much. Do I have any comments or questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sauls.
Madam Chair, thank you, Chief Whitey. You said 80 to 90% of the sandhill cranes in the world population winter in the Middle Rio Grande Valley. Is that just graders?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sills, that is correct. That's the graders, subspecies of that.
And is it just the graders that have this national bag limit on them?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sills, that is correct. So the graders have the specific allocation to a state. Each state has their own individual allocations based upon the number of birds they winter or they summer, so yes.
Okay. And I know the hunts that they have in southern New Mexico are in early January. Do you consider those the later season hunts or not?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, so the ones in the southwest portion on the playas on the Mexican border, those are actually mainly lessers that are coming in. We do harvest some graders in there. I think our harvest of graders, overall those hunts this year was estimated at less than 30 graders. So that grader population really is from Elephant Butte to about Albuquerque. Almost the whole population winters in that region. We do get some wintering into Mexico, but it's mainly lessers, so we don't plan on changing those hunt dates in that southwest zone. It's just the hunts in that middle Rio Grande that we're more concerned about.
Okay, great. That's really what I was trying to clarify, and you talked about going a bag limit from 3 down to 2. Would that apply only in the Middle Rio Grande, or is that all the way to the border as well?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, that would just be in the Middle Rio Grande. Where we do take the majority is graders on that hunt.
Okay, great, thank you. And one other question, the falconry season, can you share a little bit with the public of when that starts and when it ends?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Stoll, so it's different for different species, but really the falconry typically is in front of the start date of the duck season, or it has an end date that's a little bit later. The falconry days do count towards what they consider our total exposure days. So we're allowed 107 exposure days or hunting days towards ducks in a liberal season. Any falconry days we take or want to take count towards that 107. Like I said, most of those are placed in front, the falconry days are placed in front of the start of the hunt, so we don't have falconry overlapping on the duck season. We do have falconers in the state that take advantage of that, but they're kind of separate. Typically, I think it's less than 10 days on most of those falconry seasons, so we don't have a lot of exposure time, and a lot of it is not when the birds are in mass per se on the falconry.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments or questions? Actually, if we could go back to the slide with the meetings. Thank you. Albuquerque, Farmington, and Las Cruces. You do not have dates yet for those specific meetings?
Madam Chair, no, we don't have dates, but the way it works, so if I failed to mention this, I apologize. We will be posting these recommendations on our website as soon as this meeting concludes. On that, it's under where all of our rules go is under the commission proposals under consideration. On that, once we have dates, we will put that on there, and then we'll also send emails out to hunters to let them notify them of the location and the date of those meetings.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chief Stewart. What I would like to ask the commissioners is for some kind of acknowledgement that each and every one of us will try to be at one of those meetings. I have to say thank you again to our public, but also to the commissioners. As I recall at our last meeting, I know that many of you have been already doing that, have been having some, for want of a better word, town halls, and going to meetings with Director Sloan and other members of the department. And so I just kind of want to get an acknowledgement that each of us plan on being, one of us will be at Albuquerque, Farmington, or Las Cruces there, again in the spirit of supporting our game and fish and listening to the public here. Yes, I have nods from everybody. Yes, Jimmy? Yes. Yep, okay, very good. So do we have a motion? I don't think. No, this is not a motion. No. Okay. Well, actually, on my, I know it says that. It says action item. Director Sloan, maybe that was a typo?
Here it is. No, that's a different one.
Okay, give us a minute here, but on my agenda item, it does say an action item, so one of the commissioners, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I don't think a motion is necessary. I think that was left there in case you...
A typo, okay.
Sure.
Or in case we wanted to?
In case you wanted to have a motion of some sort, you and I discussed a couple of different options, but...
I'm happy with my motion.
Very good. Okay, so then let us proceed on to the next action item, or agenda item. Chief Stewart, Director, if we could, we seem to be a little ahead of schedule, if that's okay. So I think, would that be Matt and Stewart, or would it be...
Madam Chair, I think Matt Warner is taking on the next agenda item on his own.
Very good. With that big smile on his face. Thank you, Chief Matt Wonder. For the record, this is the Director's initiation of a biennial review of state-listed and threatened or endangered species. We are about to begin the process of conducting a biennial review of state-listed and threatened or endangered species per the Wildlife Conservation Act 17-2-37. And I want to say thank you very much for your hard work and your presentation. We're here to hear.
Thank you very much. And this will be a very brief presentation. Essentially, the Chapter 17 requires that every 2 years, the department open up a review of the list of state-listed threatened and endangered species in New Mexico to assess their status, to see whether or not there's evidence to support either uplisting from threatened to endangered or downlisting from endangered to threatened, but not to take something off the list or add something to the list. And this process, specified in statute, basically requires that the department provide public notice for a 90-day comment period that essentially will run from March 23rd to June 22nd. And during this period, the public, biologists will have an opportunity to submit information to the department that might be related to a specific species. If there was some evidence that change in status or something in terms of their population trends or that suggests that it could go up or down. So the 90-day period for the public to submit comments for that. There will be a draft of the proposed changes, if any, and the draft will also include additional information. It's not just that the list changes, but there's a great deal of background information that supports that, and that will be presented in August at the commission meeting. After that, there will be a 14-day comment period where public will have the opportunity to respond to the proposed, any proposed changes, and then final adoption will come in October at the commission meeting. And we have just a list of the species that we're talking about here. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Okay, do we want some discussion, questions, comments? Very good. Well then, do we have a motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'll make a motion. Move to initiate the 2020 biennial review process for assessing state-listed threatened or endangered species.
Very good. Do we have a second? Second. Very good. Thank you. Commissioners, all in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, sir. Very good. Okay. So moving right along, we are on agenda item number 13. And this presenter, I believe, is Robert Gallego. Yes, thank you very much. And for this agenda item, we are going to hear about Operation Game Thief Program. It's the overview of the department's Operation Game Thief Program. And I believe that this particular item is just information, and I like what our director said. It's essentially, if we want, we can proceed with the motion, but more importantly, I think this is an opportunity for all of us to learn, because we totally respect the work that you do. So thank you for being here.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Captain Ty Jackson is going to actually be presenting this. This is one of his programs that he oversees.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Like the Colonel said, my name is Ty Jackson. I've worked for the Department about 17 years, and I am Captain in Field Operations currently working in Santa Fe. I'm going to go over a little bit of the Operation Game Thief program today, and this is going to be kind of just a real 30,000-foot view of the program, so if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those for you. The screen there, you can see a few of our logos, and you'll see those kind of throughout and on some of our documents, so just an idea of what you're looking at there. And in particular, we've begun a program over the last couple of years. Operation Game Thief has historically been almost entirely geared towards game species in the last few years. We've recognized that there's some issues with some of our non-game species, reptiles in particular, and that's where we ended up with the Gila Monster logo in the bottom right-hand side, was to also include some of those groups who are not our traditional user groups. The program is fairly straightforward. It's essentially a toll-free number that someone can call. Someone answers that 24/7. That number is answered in the Field Operations Division during working hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and it is answered by State Police Dispatch after hours, weekends, holidays, that type of stuff. They can also, anyone can report this, any violation online, and if they go onto the department's website in law enforcement there's a link that will take them directly to a form. They fill out the information and they submit that. It immediately generates an email that comes to a number of us, and we dispatch an officer based on that. That's how that usually happens. Both of those are completely anonymous, or the caller can remain anonymous. They don't have to, but they can. Even if they want a reward, they just need to follow up later. It's on them if they choose to do that. And then you can see the reward schedule there. And those are typically by case, not necessarily by individual animal. So let's say the case involves 2 deer. It's not necessarily going to be a $1,000 reward. It would be a $500 reward. A little bit of history. This program is the oldest wildlife Crime Stoppers type organization in the nation. New Mexico was actually the first agency to create this. It was established in 1977, and it was founded based on the success the APD was having with Crime Stoppers here in Albuquerque. And so the department modeled it after that, and it's been a very successful program for us. And you can see, obviously, it's a way for the citizens to report wildlife crimes, or what they believe to be wildlife crimes. And it also created a fund which is separate from the department in order to fund rewards. This does not come out of licensed dollars. So again, why OGT was created was in the early 70s, and there are several individuals actually in the room who probably know more about this than I do. However, I'll give you my understanding. In the early 70s, obviously the department recognized that we were having some significant poaching issues. And it was primarily related to the fact, and some of this carries on today, that poaching isn't really a serious crime, that the poacher is just feeding a family. I've heard that a lot throughout my career, and that it just doesn't happen that often. And all of those are to a certain degree, falsehoods. I can honestly tell you in my career I've run across one family where they were legitimately poaching because they were feeding the family. So it's not a common situation. So in 1975, the department actually conducted a study where we actually paid an individual to go out and poach or simulate poaching in order to determine the level of reports that we were getting from the public on poaching events. And just as an idea, or to give you an idea of how little help the department was getting, the individual was witnessed 43 times committing what would appear to be a wildlife violation, whether it was an actual violation or just, in a lot of cases, they were using parts that they had salvaged from roadkill and things like that and put them out, dumping carcasses, that type of stuff out of season. And in 43 events which were witnessed by the public, only one of those was called in. And my understanding is that it was only called in because they thought that they had poached a beef calf. So, that's correct. Mr. Crenshaw should be very familiar with some of this. The department's estimation was that the annual harvest by illegal take out of season with no license was somewhere around 34,000 deer, which was equivalent to the legal harvest. So in other words, we were having double the harvest what what the biologists were calculating for. And so at the conclusion of this, essentially what they found was that the officers had far too much country to cover. They couldn't effectively do it, and they were also not receiving any help essentially from the public, or very little, not enough to be effective. So today, I just threw this in to kind of give you an idea of where we were at in 1976-ish versus where we're at now. Roughly the population in New Mexico has doubled. depending on which calculation you use, most of our biologists, or many of our biologists, in particular our area biologists, were commissioned officers at the time and did some law enforcement. Most of our biologists currently are not, and so we've had an increase in the number of field officers. However, we've had a decrease in the number of commissioned specialists, so that's why you see that 33 to 73%, depending on which calculation you use. Our officers are still, those 80 include some supervisors. Those are not all in the field officers. Those include captains and folks like that. The overall violation rate, currently, this is for 2018-2019, is roughly, we have roughly 4,000 game and fish citations issued. This does not include things like OHV or other criminal violations that are outside of Chapter 17. And roughly 85% of those result in convictions, which is pretty successful. I would like to call your attention to the average fines, though. In 1976, it was an average fine was a $36 fine, which equates to about $173 in today's dollars. And you can see the numbers in front of you for our current fines. Those do not include court costs, which court costs right now are $71 for your first offense and $52 for each subsequent offense. So let's assume that we have one individual with one crime. It would be the $22.46 plus $71. So just to give you an idea. The number of reports filed by year, it does vary, and it can vary substantially. I've seen it as high, in the last 5 years, I've seen it as high as a little over 200 reports per year, about 225, to 2019 was one of the lower years at 152, and that is every single report filed. And many of these, as we go through this, you'll see many of these are either unsubstantiated, there really wasn't a violation there, or the issue that they reported isn't even a crime, or it doesn't deal with a violation of game and fish law. So for example, someone, killing a beef, a cow, gets reported through OGT. We send that for investigation, but that's not really a wildlife crime, so that doesn't get counted in here because our officers don't investigate those. The number of charges, in 2018 we had approximately 93 charges filed. 58 of those resulted in convictions. And in 2019 we had, so far we've had about 50 of those, 50 charges result and only 11 convictions so far. However, I would note that a lot of those are still open. In other words, charges haven't been filed or court hasn't happened in those cases. About 10 to 20% of all OGTs result in an actual case in charges being filed. So about 80 to 90% of these result in we either didn't get enough information to do anything with it, or there was something else that just didn't lead us down the right road. But again, we are at about an 85 conviction rate on OGT cases as well. Our fines for OGT cases do tend to be higher than our average fines for just regular violations that officers find. In 2018, we had, this is all told for all of those convictions, about $9,000 in fines. Again, none of those fines, well, very few of those fines come to the department. The only ones that do come to the department are what we call penalty assessments. The majority of these are going to be going to the general fund through the normal court process. And you can see the $156 average versus our $36 and change that we had for that same year. And again, 2019, many of those are still pending. A lot of those have not worked their way through the court system yet. Rewards, again, it can vary. A lot of folks don't request rewards, even though they're eligible for them. They just want to report it, which is awesome. That's what we like. We do have some who request rewards and either the case isn't made. We pay rewards only in cases where charges are actually filed. We don't have to have a conviction, but we need to have enough that we could have gone forward and charged the individual, and did charge the individual. And so, again, 2019, there are a number of those that are still pending. We could file rewards on, or submit rewards on those. And then I'll just kind of finish up a little bit with a few of our solved OGTs, just to give you an idea of some of the cases that we get. This was December 31, 2017. This individual killed this deer with a rifle the day before bow season opened. He had a bow license. The OGT wasn't reported for about 10 days. We didn't get the report until quite a while afterwards, and this is pretty typical. The officer goes out, investigates the scene. As you can see in the bottom center, you've got the crime scene where the officer found the actual deer carcass, and then in their investigation, the officer was able to locate a lot of social media posts and things like that. In this case, the officer charged two individuals, two men, with 7 separate charges, and they were able to work out a plea agreement, and that's why you see 5 convictions rather than 7, which is fairly typical. And that happened, you can see the kind of the lag time. This occurred December 31st of 2017, and we didn't have the convictions until September of 18, so that's pretty common as well. And again, this is a really good case in the sense of the amount of fines. These individuals were fined significantly for the violations that they committed. And one more here. This was a more recent case. This past June, we received information that an individual had caught some gray fox pups and was selling them. This was down in the Jowl area, southeast part of the state, and was selling them for about $500 a piece, or that's what he was asking for them. Our officers attempted to purchase them, and we were told, unfortunately, that the fox pups had escaped. We're still not sure if that's 100% true or he sold them out from under us, but we were able to serve a search warrant and an arrest warrant on one individual. There were 3 actual men involved in this, 4 total charges, 2 convictions so far on one individual. We still have two of those individuals pending court. However, in the primary suspect, we were able to get $626 in fines and more substantially the 7 days in jail, which is fairly unusual to get any jail time out of our cases. And again, 2 trials to come. But you can see even on social media, most folks on social media tell these people what they're doing is illegal, but it just doesn't matter. Really about the last thing I want to cover is the funding. I talked a little bit about this. This is an independent fund, separate from any game commission or general fund or game protection fund dollars. This does not come from license sales or sportsmen in any way except for in donations. And one of the ways we get it is occasionally we'll just have people send in donations because it is tax deductible. The other way and the primary way that we get donations is through the sale of OGT type merchandise. And so we have t-shirts and caps, and Captain Symbol came up with a good idea with the challenge coin, and that's been really popular. And so those types of things, we make a little bit extra, and that goes into that fund to help pay for these rewards. One other way that we are able to recoup some of this is there is a statute that allows us in a criminal case for the department to seek restitution essentially for rewards that have been paid in a criminal case, and we have been successful in some cases with that and in other cases not so much. So it just kind of depends on the court and the judge sometimes, but that is really helpful when we pay $750 for an elk OGT and we're able to get that $750 back from that suspect at the end of it, because that's a net zero as far as that fund goes. So with that, I will stand for any questions. Oh, let me back up just 1 second. On the bottom left there is the graphics for our new Poach Coach. You may or may not have known that we have a Poach Coach. We take that to all of the events around the state. The current one we have is probably well over 10 years old, so it's pretty outdated. It's been it served its purpose, but we needed a new one. That's why you also notice that we had more expenditures than we had donations, which is unusual, but that was to pay for this new trailer, or half of it. We have that trailer now. We are in the process. It's actually getting measured for the decals, but that is what the decals are going to look like on it, and that we hope to have rolled out by this summer to this fall, and the public should start seeing these at county fairs and events like that. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, or Officer Jackson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And also, thank you, Colonel Griego, and your support. So I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners for some questions and comments, and then I may chime in as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Captain, corrected me.
Yes.
Oh, Captain, my apologies. Thank you.
I've seen the success of this this program before, and I think I can attest to going, this won't date me, but I do know that there was a certain officer who's no longer with the Department anymore, named of T.J. Ramsey, back in the Chama days, and he had a hard time keeping up with all us northern boys up there. We used to do, well, I mean, I wasn't born then, but you hear the stories of T.J. Ramsey showing up on a horseback in the middle of nowhere, trying to arrest someone for shooting a deer. But now you see that we're no longer on horseback all the time, and we do have the officers out there responding, and I have seen this and have heard in the community that it is being used. One of the questions I always get since I've been on the commission is sometimes the game warden, as we know, they do have big territories, and they can't respond, so I guess the dispatchers will send state police sometimes to respond to these calls, is what I've been told?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, fairly irregularly. It's possible that could happen, but generally, even though our officers may not be actually working at the time, they still take that call. And so it's not unusual for our officers to respond when they're technically off. They suit up and go handle that call. So,
well, again, like I said, keep up the good work, and your staff as well. This program does work, and we do see the numbers, and it's working, so good job.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Captain Jackson. I got it right.
Yes.
So you have the statistics up there on the number of citations issued each year. How many of those were fishing without a license versus the big game stuff? And I was noticing your wraparounds for your poach coach doesn't even have any fish on it. And we know people exceed the bag limit all the time.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Henry, I don't have that breakdown. I can get that for you. The fishing, obviously, the number of fishing violations far exceeds our big game or any other violations. Part of it is our violation rate is a little bit higher with our anglers. The other part of it is that we have more anglers than we have hunts or licensed hunters.
And they're easier to find, right?
Yes, they are easier. So we don't have any fish on there. Basically, we're a little bit limited. Part of the reason for going with more of a black and white versus a color is the color in New Mexico, as you probably have noticed, it fades on stuff, especially when it's out 24/7, 365 days a year, which this trailer is. Our last one is color, and we've seen some fading on it. It doesn't look like it should, so it's hard to put fish on there where it fits, and so it's just a preference. It wasn't necessarily an intentional omission, but we do take, actually, most of our OGT calls are for deer. We receive very few OGT calls for fish. We do receive some of those, and they almost always result in a violation that we find because it's ongoing right then. If the officer can get there in time while they're still at the lake or river or whatever. However, on the numbers, I don't have them off the top of my head, but deer is by far our largest number of calls, generate our largest number of calls. Elk is followed, and then it kind of breaks down our big game species from there. And then you get into waterfowl fishing and trapping and other things, violations on WMAs and stuff like that. It's really minute for whatever reason.
So do you all get calls from about commercial trafficking of reptiles and amphibians much?
Occasionally we do.
And so are you looking into some of the pet stores and stuff? I remember when that law was passed.
Yes, ma'am.
Cool.
Commissioner Bates?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Captain, I have a couple of questions. One, I think it was 1977, you had a statistic on deer that were taken illegally and illegally. That ratio was 1 to 1. What does that look like? I guess we're 43 years into it. What does that look like now?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bates, that would be a pure speculation on my part. I don't know what that looks like right now. And I have not seen the actual underlying data on how they came up with that number. I'll assume that they're correct, but today I don't know what that number looks like.
Okay. Secondly, on fines, are those established through rule or statute?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bates, the fines are established in statute. However, the judges have a lot of discretion. And so what you see with a $22 fine, for example, there isn't anywhere that says the fines for anything are $22. However, for a misdemeanor, which most of our violations are, the fine schedule is $0 to $1,000. And in many cases, what we see is that the courts will defer the fines. And so they essentially give them a guilty conviction with court costs and no additional fines. And so they will pay the $71 or the however many charges for court costs, but not pay anything in additional fines. And so really what's brought our numbers up, I suspect, is that a lot of our violations have, over the last few years, have transitioned to penalty assessments. And in most of those are going to be for a lot of our common violations like stamp violations or those types of things where it has a $50 fine that comes to the department or a $125 fine that comes to the department. Those are cases, for example, in the stamp violations where $50 fine was unheard of for a habitat stamp violation. When you went to court on it, it was court costs. That's what you would get out of that. And so that actually has brought it up. Those individuals are actually paying less because they're only paying for the stamp and the fine, where if they went to court on that same exact violation, instead of $50 plus the cost of their stamps, they would have been paying, even with zero fines, they would have been paying $71 minimum and not gotten their stamps. So it's been a benefit to the department. It's a benefit in some cases to the public where individuals inadvertently violate, with stamp violations in particular, where they just didn't know they needed it. But now they can continue. They don't need to go to the store and buy that. They can actually get it right there. And yes, they end up paying a little bit more for it.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Souls.
Captain Jackson, if someone wanted to find out who or what violations have occurred in any given year, does the department keep those records, and are they available to the public, and where would they go to find them?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, we do keep those records. They are not entirely releasable. In a lot of cases, they're protected under certain provisions of the IPRA. Individuals are accused but not charged, or other various law enforcement protections. If an individual is looking for, just an overview of how many violations are reported on deer, that's something we could easily come up with, but the specifics are a lot of times not releasable.
Is that true even after a conviction has been achieved?
It depends on the case. So it would definitely depend on the individual specifics of a case.
Okay. And I'd like to commend you. More than 40 years, first in the nation. I assume it's been adopted by a number of other states. And there's nothing better than having sportsmen participating in policing their own ranks. So a great program.
Yes, sir.
If there are no other comments from commissioners, I would like to chime in. And on that very same note, Commissioner Souls, again, thank you. I tend to focus quite a bit on performance and what the agency or the Department of Game and Fish and the State Game Commission are performance. That is my focus very often. And so my next comment or question is going to be directed to you and to Director Mike Sloan. So Captain Ty Jackson. My apologies again. I respect your position. So, Captain Ty, it is a phenomenal program that you have. And very often, everything that we do here in the commission and in the department is very much driven by statute and by rules, fines, a judicial system, okay? And we adhere to those. But at the end of the day, when we are in a mode of performance, how would you and Director Sloan describe the success of our program? So, for example, is success essentially, ultimately, no more poachers? Or specifically, I'm looking for, how would you define success? 2, in your presentation, you've done a very good job of describing the numbers. And maybe the goal is to bring those numbers down. And how do we get those numbers down? We have members of the public, we have nonprofits, we have associations. How can we collaborate more with them to achieve the success of our program? So, however you want to describe that, I'm very interested in hearing, because maybe next time when you come before the Game Commission, we could have a presentation also on what's that target, we get the numbers, but also what are we trying to do? Maybe work with the public, work with the number of nonprofit organizations. What is the success? And how do we get there?
Madam Chair, I guess I'll be in the hot seat first. I guess, in my view, hunting is something where accidents can happen, and so I don't see it as realistic to get to a zero sum. Things happen. A lot of our violations are inadvertent violations. The true poachers are probably about 1% to 2% of our actual violators. However, the impact that they have on the resource is significant. I think a lot of folks underestimate how effective one individual can be. And I'll highlight a case that we are still in the process of working through on the court end of it. But we had essentially one individual who had killed, and the number's going to escape me, but ballpark of 30-some big game animals in the course of about 3 months. One dedicated individual can have a significant impact. And those are the people that I feel we are trying to target and we should be targeting. And I feel like that we have been successful in that. The case that you had before you this morning, the revocation case, is a prime example of that. Those are the individuals who we really want. And those are the ones what we would like to see. I don't know that we'll ever get to a zero, but those are the ones that we'd like to see fewer of. And we like to see, even if we don't see none of them, we want to have them reported by the public. We don't want people accepting it in their community. And so the passage of the wasted game felony statute a few years ago was a significant improvement for us to deal with those individuals. You're going to see a number of those coming before you in the next probably 6 to 8 months as those work through court, some of the first ones. So that's kind of where I see it. As far as the program goes, I would like to have more participation from the public. We have a lot of folks out there every year who are not reporting things. They see things, but they don't call them in. And so that's a goal that we have, and I think that's where an idea like Captain Symbol had, where we have the challenge coins, they've actually got the phone number in their pocket, those types of things. I guess I'll leave it at that as far as the goal. And the second question, I'm sorry?
Well, again, collaboration. We've got members of the public. We've got so many wonderful nonprofit organizations, associations, wildlife, you name it. And so how do you collaborate and partner with them in achieving some of your goals?
Madam Chair, I believe that we do try to reach out to all of those groups, and we do try to reach out to the public and meet with the public. A lot of times it's a little bit difficult when it comes to OGT because it's difficult to discuss specific cases because a lot of times you can't. I guess I would say that we're open to any suggestions that anyone has. We're happy to meet with anybody. We're happy to entertain any ideas on how we can make this more effective, more user-friendly to the public. So.
Thank you. Madam Chair? Commissioner, I'll hear from Director Sloan, and then, yes, please.
Madam Chair, I guess addressing the how do you measure success question, I think that the sort of baseline measurement is minimizing the impact to the resource. So can we see what the impact is now, and are we reducing that? I think is a pretty important way of thinking about it, and that's sort of the way that Captain Jackson started discussing the genesis of the program. In terms of partnering, from the outdoor show to hunter education volunteers, to just the community policing that our guys do in every town across the state, knowing ranchers, knowing the people, making those connections. I think that's the way that we educate people and make, as I said, those connections to be able to get the reports and make the cases.
Thank you. Very good.
Thank you for giving me time.
Commissioner Kramer. Captain Jackson, it would be interesting to do that same study again that you started the program with in the 70s and see what the response would be.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kramer, I agree with you. Anecdotally, I can tell from some of my own experience as an officer that a lot of violation can happen without anyone reporting it, even when they see it. But yes, I agree with you. It would be interesting to see what that looks like now, especially now that you think about the change in technology and how difficult it would have been. You actually had to drive to a landline somewhere, probably your house or a payphone, to call this in at the time, and they dispatch an officer at the time was much more cumbersome than it is now, where now every single person has a camera, a video recorder, a cell phone. They can text. They can get online, so it would be interesting to see how that would work.
Thank you. Any motions? No? Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. We can move into the next agenda item. Rather than take a break, which I skipped, and my apologies to the commissioners and to those of you who've been here for the meeting, let's move to agenda item number 14. And if we proceed, then we can go directly to lunch, right? I see some nods. Very good. So agenda item number 14. This is where the commission is going to review with the Department of Game and Fish, our Chief Stuart Riley, the determination of the Smith Ranch. This is the director's denial, Director Mike Sloan's denial of the Smith Ranch participation in the E+ program. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, you all in your briefing package should have received information as it pertains to this specific property. If you all recall at our last meeting in Las Cruces in January, we did a pretty large overview of the E+ program and the changes that went into effect for the last license year. One of the biggest changes that went into effect across the state was a ranch had to qualify under commission-approved guidelines, and by qualify, it had to provide meaningful benefit to elk. And meaningful benefit to elk was defined, as you all recall, to certain habitat attributes that a property must provide before we allow it to participate in the program. We require that a property receive a score of 7 on a scale of 0 to 13 to qualify, and we score those properties based off of what the property has for forage, water, cover, the general vicinity in which the property occurs, and then we give some potential bonus points, bonus being are they an agricultural area that's attracting a lot of elk, or if there's other bonus points specifically awarded to, maybe that property didn't have water on it, but there's nearby water within the vicinity of the property that we bonus or qualify, or it's large contiguous property that we want to maintain in large contiguous property as it benefits for wildlife. So specifically to the Los Piedras Ranch, and that's in front of you today, Mr. Smith, this lot, or what it is a 10-acre lot in a subdivision. It is a subdivision that's not necessarily very populated. Where it's located is to the west of Tierra Maria, near El Vado Lake. This ranch specifically has an adjoining property as well, so Mr. Smith has another property that shares a boundary line on a separate deed. So one of the requirements that we do have in E+ is the entire property within the deed has to be enrolled, and if you have separate deeds, which he does, he has 2 separate deeds for those properties. One of they're deeded separately, so they were enrolled as separate properties. When we originally scored Mr. Smith's property, it came in as a 5, and where it came in is on a 1 on forage out of 0 to 3. There's no present water on that 10 acres of this specific property. A cover of 1, and why we gave it a cover of 1, cover can go from 0 to 2. 1 was because some of it's compromised, as you'll see. It's very small acreage in terms of cover, in terms of meaningful from elk. There's no ag on that specific property. We did give it an area score of 2, which was probably, it could have been a 1, but we gave it a 2. It is in a subdivision, but not really developed out yet much. It is a little bit close to a highway, but not a huge traffic. We did give them a bonus of 1 for nearby water because the other property that Mr. Smith owns does have permanent year-round water. So again, with those scores, it was a score of 5, which is not a qualifying score of 7. Mr. Smith did, and by rule, as we could describe at the last commission meeting, there is an appeal process allowable in rule. Specifically, Mr. Smith could request a follow-up evaluation, a first internal follow-up evaluation with staff. That happened on June 1st. June 1st of last year. That follow-up evaluation from department staff did specifically show that the original evaluation or score of 5 was appropriate for that property when into taking in consideration other properties across the state and specifically in that area. As allowable by the E+ rule, if they are denied on that first evaluation request, they can request what we call a division evaluation. So a division evaluation goes a little bit more into depth and detail. Division being the Wildlife Management Division, we send staff out on the ground to go out there and look at the specific property. We also bring in other staff to compare back out to other properties across the state, how we've scored, and make sure we have consistency in our scoring across, and that this wasn't made in error on the determination. So on that division evaluation was conducted and formalized on September 8th. The division evaluation upheld the first initial score of 5 and upheld also the follow-up evaluation on June 1st that kept the score at 5. That division evaluation is a recommendation that is then made to the director. The director reviews the division evaluation and agreed with that, and then that's why you see a rejection at the directorate level that upheld the division's evaluation. The last and final step in the appeal process, as spelled out by rule, is the landowner may challenge the director's determination in the division evaluation and come before the commission and request a commission evaluation. Your all's evaluation, if we appropriately applied the score or not, is the final say on the appeal process. So that's why that's in front of you today as the final appeal. I do want to put out, this is the specific, in red is the specific property that we are discussing. It is a 10 acres, like I mentioned. Again, forage score of 1 is really kind of, most of that is sagebrush, kind of that brush in there. It's not, to get a forage score of 3, it has to have kind of wet meadow bottoms is really to get the best score, or agriculture or something like that. Again, there's no permanent water source on that property. Cover is, again, it's sparse cover over 10 acres. It's why it's a 1 is not because there's cover, yes, on it, but it's not a substantial acreage of cover is why the score is 1. And then the bonus of 1 for nearby water. We did discuss with Mr. Smith, he can combine this property with his current enrollment to make the property from 10, the other property, which is adjoining. So the property to the east on that map is to the west, I apologize, is the one that qualified because of a permanent water source. It's one of the few permanent water sources in the area. We did tell Mr. Smith that he could combine those 2 properties into one that would create a 20-acre property, but that the one 10-acre piece is not qualifying on its own. So with that, I would be welcome to take any questions from the commission.
So, Commissioners, I see that the department is asking for a motion on this, and so I think it's very important that we proceed with some questions to Stu. So go ahead, Commissioner Tercio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Leidy, I do have a question. I know this area really well, and actually it's adjoining to the state park and the Rio Chama wildlife area across the road is an entrance to the state park. Elk are going through all the time, I mean, constantly. What, did he decide to combine these properties? And if he did, would it increase his score overall? Because at the end of the day, they just want that permit to whatever people do with those permits. But did he want to combine those, or he just wants to keep them separately?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, the landowner would prefer to keep them separate as two separate properties and hope to get both of those to qualify for each one of them potentially to receive permits as separate ranches. Again, the one does qualify. If he were to combine it, it just increases his acreage as one single ranch, but the landowner's preference is to try to create these into two separate ranches that would each equally try to qualify for permits.
Okay. So when the staff was out there, did they see any type of sign of animal there, droppings or track or animals themselves?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, there was no sign of specific to elk. There was of deer, but not specifically to elk on that piece of property.
Okay. I find it hard to believe because I've seen, you know, when I used to work at state parks, that was a corridor for elk in that little area where his house is. And in fact, there's his little greenhouse there in the blue that he used to run a vegetable farm out of there. But, I mean, I've seen the elk in that area coming from the Rio Chama and, of course, from the state parks property. And it's kind of hard to believe that, you know, there's no sign of elk in that property. Deer, yes, I can see that, but his goal is to keep the two ranches separate and hoping to get the most tags possible instead of consolidating. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, that is correct. So one of the qualifications to be an E+, and I apologize for not mentioning it, is you do have elk presence and more than just occasional elk presence. The second, as by rule, is specific to the habitat characteristics to ensure that a property qualifies. So the property was scored not just based on if elk are present or not. That is not what qualifies a ranch into it. The commission approved guidelines as by rule says that it must meet certain qualifications to provide what they consider as meaningful benefit to elk. So an elk crossing through the property doesn't just specifically qualify a property. They have to have the habitat attributes that are meaningful to elk in general.
So they have to hang out there, so to say. They would have to hang out on this property.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, that is correct. There would be habitat characteristics that would have them selecting that property specifically, resting there, those kind of things, not just necessarily passing through.
So the landowner does qualify on one property, does get a tag or two at this time, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, because the other property is a small acre, he is a small contributing ranch and would go into the small contributing ranch draw pool based upon his score of 7 in that other property and would compete against other small contributing ranches in the GMU.
So if you were to combine the two properties together, would his score might go up past the 7?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, most likely not, because the forage score isn't going to change by adding that other 10 acres. What will happen is there will just be probably a 7 across all, because again, the water score is what brought the other property and being the permanent water source. So adding that additional 10 acres isn't adding like additional forage or wet meadow bottoms or an agricultural field. So he would be a 7 across the 20 acres instead of a 7 on the 10.
So Chief, the best option for the landowner, I think, would just to do some habitat improvement, do some agricultural, and let's see if Mother Nature doesn't reapply at another time, I would assume.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, that is correct. So if you all uphold the determination of the department, that would be our recommendation for him, is one, to potentially combine or look at combine with multiple properties to grow the size and acreage of it. Really, to get into those higher scoring properties, there needs to be space in terms of larger properties and other habitat attributes that's not currently present on these 2 10-acre.
And he can get into a co-op with other adjacent landowners around him, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, that is correct. He could join with as many landowners as he wants to try to build a larger base property. We actually encourage more landowners to join up that maybe don't have that specific habitat attributes, to join with neighboring landowners to build acreage and to build those habitat preferences that I would prefer.
Thank you, Chief Riley.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner, yeah?
Chief Wiley, as you know, I'm well versed in the E-Plus system. I was on the original loss committee, and then on the E-Plus, well, it was actually before that when we started. And then I really think the new evaluation tool is about as valuable a tool as we could have. It actually gives somebody a concrete tool to have in their hand, and you can explain to the landowner, not just subjectively, but with a tool that shows why. And this was something I looked at the Smith's property for hours, just trying to determine if we were being fair or not. I do feel that the evaluation is fair. I would like to say to the Smiths, I don't know if they're here today. Are they here today? But anyway, I'd like to just say, as what Terzio said, in our area, a lot of the landowners fell out of the system or disqualified as well. A lot of them were very good friends. A lot of them were neighbors. And so I'm going to tell the Smiths exactly what I would say to them. And what they're doing is a lot of work, to get that to that property. The main thing is if they could pipe that water from their water source. We have friends, and we did it ourselves. We took a pipeline up 1,500 feet, 400-foot elevation, and built a drinker up at the backside of our property. Not that we needed to, we have a river, but our neighbors don't, and they're piping water and building drinkers, and we disc every year and plant, and I know that this is dry property unirrigated. However, when a weed or I don't know, you could have the crop system every year, though. You have to do that. You can't just do it 10 years ago and expect to get that agriculture score back. So I think there's a lot of potential, but I think it's just going to take some work, and I think they could qualify down the road.
Okay, I think we're ready to move in. One more comment? Yes, Vice Chair, Commissioner.
Stuart, where this property is located is all those lots that are being sold around Bottle Lake area, right? And so are there any issues with people having dwellings there and shooting as elk are running across their property?
Madam Chair, Commissioners Salazar, Henry, so as it stands right now, there are some homes in the area. A lot of those lots are undeveloped lots. It's actually to the west of Elvado Estates. But if we see there is private land, small parcels, if we see more development come into there into the future, what we would expect, so we gave that, as you'll see, a surrounding area of score of 2 out of a potential of 2 because there's very few development in there right now. If for some reason that gets highly developed, the probability of that becoming meaningful for elk, it goes down as we see more development in there. So if we saw that, it has the potential to negatively affect scores in the future if we saw a build out of all those lots.
My second question is, do we have an idea how much these elk permits are going for in that area that would entice somebody to start disking and piping in water? This is the stuff that I hear as complaints from the people that aren't landowners, that these permits that are going to private landowners are selling for such high bucks that they're willing to attract elk in and then at some point, in some areas, they become nuisance to the person next door because of the more wheat planting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They're hanging out more where people don't want them. So do we know, Teresa, I guess this is your area, do we know how much those permits are going for?
Madam Chair, members of the public, and staff, Madam Vice Chair, a cow tag can go anywhere from $5 to $750. Bull tag depends in Unit 4, 51, ranch only or unit wide can go anywhere from the minimum of $1,000 to $4,000.
So these properties aren't necessarily bought to be developed to have my house so I can go to the lake. There's some of them are being purchased for permits.
So particularly in the Avado subdivision area, there's been acre lots that caused, I guess would be the catalyst, would you say, Chief Lively, to this current system. There's many acre lots out there that were being wrongly assessed or overly assessed, and that's why we developed this program. And am I assuming right, Stuart?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, some of the impetus to develop the new revisions to the E+ was the issues that we were seeing in some of these smaller properties, small contributing ranches, where we were seeing splitting of properties, splitting of deeds to try to get smaller properties qualifying to try to compete for tags because of the wait time for tags. This as you can see, disincentivizes the splitting or getting smaller properties because you have less meaningful habitat for elk. So that was one of the impetus behind some of the rural revisions, was to discourage the action of splitting or getting smaller properties trying to compete for a finite number of licenses. It encourages property owners trying to make a meaningful benefit for elk, is what this really does, is work with your neighbors or work with the property you have to try to make a meaningful benefit for elk to remain in the E+ system.
I'd like to second what Gail said. This is a great process because anybody can follow and tie it into with photographs how you came to the same evaluation criteria over and over and over again through this whole appeal process. So I very much appreciate you and your staff's hard work in getting this done. It makes our job very much easier.
Madam Chair, can I make one more comment?
Yes, you may. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm sorry. The small contributing ranch tags are not a guarantee every year. And for a person to be banking on that, they need to get a day job because, if you're going to get between, even a lot of the cow tags maybe go for $300. If you're going to get $300 to $5,000, nobody's getting rich on a small contributing ranch. And I would like to also say that a lot of those ranches, it's just the landowner that's using those tags. They're not selling them. But, nobody should be depending on that. And that's why people, particularly in the southeast area, why they're improving the property for elk, because at some point, we're not all going to get a tag. I mean, we weren't. And at some point, that's going to happen again. And so the more improvement that we give and the better habitat and better water we provide for the wildlife, the better it is for that.
Very good. I think we can probably proceed to a motion, but let me just summarize what I think I've been hearing. What we have before us, Commissioners, is a presentation by the department where there is an appeal. And it is statutory, and it is also within our rule. And I do see a speaker's card, Director Sloan. That speaker's card, is that to be presented during this agenda item? I thought it was to go during the general public comment period. Can you please go over on that?
Madam Chair, I believe that the speaker's card I gave you is specific to agenda item number 14.
Okay.
Whether you choose to allow for public comment on the appeal or not is at your discretion.
I would very much like to hear from our public. Again, in the spirit of transparency, I keep saying that, and I keep looking to our public. So with that, without further ado, I would like to invite to the microphone here to my left, Brandon Wynn, I believe yes, thank you very much. And I'm going to apply the same rule that we have with other public comments. Let's try and keep it to about 2 minutes. We didn't have a break, and we're going into
I'm good at
lunch.
making it 2 minutes. My name's Brandon Wynn, and so, New Mexico is, I can say this is a fifth generation New Mexican, I think, can get away with it. We're not known for our world-class institutions, and one of the most world-class institutions we have is the Department of Game and Fish. One of the reasons, and I really believe that, I travel and I hunt a lot all over the world, actually, and we have one of the best. One of the reasons is because of our wildlife management professionals. And so I would just say that as a general philosophy, I think that the commission should be very reluctant to overturn them on a biological. This is their professional thing, so I don't think you should step in on these, not really comment on this one specifically, but in general, you would have to have a real compelling reason. I don't think they're going to be making any errors on this. And also on landowner permits, anything come up with E+, I think that the commission should consider that any commissioners have any financial interest in landowner permits, receive them, whatever, broker them, whatever the case may be, that they should probably be recused from commenting and especially voting on any of these issues.
Thank you.
I think you have a conflict of interest there. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So before we move into the motion, let me summarize. What we have before us is this appeal, okay? And Commissioner Gail Kramer, we had a very good question about, is Mr. Smith present, right?
I just wanted to make a comment.
Just a comment about that. But I also want to make it known for the record, although we are being taped, this is a live streaming, and it will also be stored. I want it on the record that the commissioners, all of the commissioners, received your packet of material. And included in that packet is Exhibit F. Specifically, it is an email from Pat Smith. And in that email, he presents in very great detail his position, okay? And, I've continually, as I'm hearing your presentation, I see what he's saying. I know what his argument is. We look at the rule, we look at the statute, and is there something here for us to overturn? I agree with our public, Mr. Wynn, that we value, highly respect our Department of Game and Fish. All of them are very hardworking, and this E+ program is designed and based on data, okay? It is not a very subjective process. There is due process, as he contends that there isn't, but we do have due process. He's had a number of steps here. So that said, I just wanted to get it on the record, and I'm sorry I talked so quickly. Do I have a commissioner who would like to present a motion?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair, Commissioner Salazar-Henry?
I move to uphold the director's determination that the Los Piedras Ranch does not qualify for the E+ program according to the commission-approved guidelines.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Commissioners, all in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Okay, no, I didn't say that. I was echoing the motion that we are proceeding, and thank you, Chief. So without further ado, we are now at our break. It's actually ahead of schedule. Commissioners, we have on our agenda to resume after lunch at 1:15, but we are breaking at 11:30. Would you like to resume back here at 1:15 or at 1? I hear, I don't know if you all heard, but Vice Chair.
I'm going to run errands, so it might take me a little longer.
Would you prefer 1:15?
That'd be okay if the commission would suffice.
So I'm just going to kind of look to the commissioners to my left and then to my right.
It's fine.
It doesn't matter. Okay, 1:15? Sure.
I would advise that you stick with the 1:15, because if you have members of the public who are looking at the agenda and interested in something that was going to be discussed after lunch, and they're looking and they're abiding by this and, without being aware.
Okay, Well, very good. Without further ado, this meeting is adjourned for the morning session.
This is a State Game Commission radio check.
is back in session. This is the New Mexico State Game Commission on Wednesday, March 4th, and we are resuming from our lunch break. It is now, oh my goodness, 1:16. We're going to proceed on to agenda item number 15. And we want to say again, thank you to the Department of Game and Fish. We know that we've already heard from Colonel Robert Griego, and we're going to hear on a different topic, reserving 2 elk licenses from a nonprofit wish granting organization. This is an action item. I understand that the department has done their homework, and we're going to hear about whether or not we should be reserving 2 elk licenses. Is that correct? And so I now turn it over to you, sir. Thank you very much for your work.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm here to present the reserving of 2 elk licenses for approved nonprofit wish granting organizations. As you see in front of you, Statute 17.3.13.5 gives you the authority to reserve those 2 elk licenses for individuals who have had a life-threatening illness, who are under the age of 21, and associated with an approved nonprofit wish granting organization. We currently have 5 approved nonprofit organizations approved by the Game Commission. We have Hunt of a Lifetime, who received one of the authorizations last year, Safari Wish, that received the other authorization last year, and Holy Pursuits Dream Foundation, which is a new organization that was approved by the Commission last year. So we go in order, and so this year, the 2 organizations that are up for the authorization is the Catch a Dream Foundation and the Outdoor Dream Foundation. Each of these organizations selects their own applicants, and the applicants, unfortunately, they do have to purchase a license. I guess a little background on these organizations is they're all organizations that deal specifically with children with life-threatening illnesses. I've been working with the Outdoor Dream Foundation and Hunt of a Lifetime for about 20 years now. And where they started was they had a child who was, he ended up being terminally ill, and made a wish to go hunting through Make-A-Wish Foundation. And those organizations, or the organization at the time, said they would not grant hunting wishes. So that spurred that family to start the Hunt of a Lifetime. And that's what it started from, is giving these kids an opportunity that rather than going to Disneyland, they wanted to go elk hunting or grizzly bear hunting, whatever it was. And that's what spurred this movement on these organizations. All of these organizations are nonprofit. They've got to do fundraising. They've got to get stuff donated to them. So every time they take a child hunting, if it is not donated, it's money out of the coffers and potentially one less hunt that these kids can take, or that can be taken. Fortunately for us in New Mexico, we do have some pretty fantastic outfitters, one in particular, Carlton Armstrong, who has been donating his services for about 15 years. Food, lodging, hunt, guide fees, all of it is donated, minus the cost of the license that the kids have to purchase. Just a picture of a kid from a couple years ago. There's some of these kids that are in pretty good shape and can get around, but there are several of them that are pretty impaired, and it takes a lot of effort to get these kids on elk. The license is any legal weapon type. It's open in any area in the state that's open to elk hunting, and it is an either sex hunt. The hunt is from September 1st through December 31st of each year. And again, typically, these hunts are utilized mid-September, because the elk are rutting, they're easier to find, and also the weather's a lot warmer, and it's a lot easier to get those kids around in it. So we do recommend that you award the 2 elk authorizations to the 2 identified groups this license year, which were the groups in green, the Catch a Dream and the Outdoor Dream Foundation this year. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
I have one.
Vice Chair Commissioner Salazar?
Colonel Grego, do you find that there are more organizations that want access to more than just 2? I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, if you had 5, could you give 5 away? Or is there not the competition for that?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Henry, absolutely the demand is getting higher and higher. I would love to have someone run a bill in the legislature to get that increase, because we could utilize 5 or 6 easily every year.
Different species, I mean, why not oryx or antelope?
We could. Any of them would be nice. The elk is nice for the fact that we have a lot of elk on public land. Antelope would be a good one. Oryx, unless it's on private land, it can be tough. But again, with these organizations, it's often these kids, this is their one wish. So it's usually the big game species, or not the large animals that you'd see, like the elk, the oryx, maybe a mule deer. We've not had a lot of requests for, at least the wish foundations for antelope hunting, but it would be great to have the opportunity for sure.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair? Yes, Commissioner Kramer.
Bobby, when folks so if they get sick, they draw a tag and they get sick and they choose to turn that tag in, is it possible that they could go to these organizations, or is that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kramer, it is possible. We've got that other segment of organizations that are authorized and approved by the commission to get those donated licenses. There's several of those. A lot of these individuals or these organizations are also involved in that. Again, the demand is so great, especially on that side. It's a little tougher for them to get those licenses, and they're a lot shorter notice. With these kids, they're either very sick and just have a little bit of time, or they've recovered and now they've got a window where they can hunt. So it takes a lot of planning, and the other side, the donated tags, are often short notice, and it's very difficult for them to plan around it.
But it would be possible to donate them to these organizations?
You can donate it to the pool, and then they've got a system in which they are divvied out. You can't donate it to a specific organization.
Commissioners, I have one question for you, sir, and that has to do with safety and security. You used a very important word, impairment. These are children, they're youth, and they do have illnesses. And if you can provide maybe some example of how accommodations, what kind of accommodations are made, especially when they're dealing with weapons that can injure themselves or others, not just, the hunt. Sure. But how do we make sure that they're okay, or those people around them are okay?
Madam Chair, all of the kids that are qualified through this organization have to meet the same standards as any kid under 18. They have to take a hunter safety course. As far as their illnesses, majority of them will travel, usually with their parents, and I've seen several times where they have a traveling nurse with them that's with them. One thing in New Mexico, you get kids from South Carolina that come out here, it's typically the altitude that makes them feel pretty cruddy for the first few days. But as far as the hunter safety, that is a requirement, and then any other safety precautions, the family deals with that and usually brings a nurse.
Thank you. Very good. Well, if we have no other discussion, I understand that the department respectfully requests, or maybe a motion from our commission on the course of action. So do I hear one of our commissioners ready to make a motion?
I will.
Thank you.
I move to accept the department's recommendation and reserve 2 elk licenses for the 2 applicants to be sponsored by the nonprofit wish-granted organizations or any alternates, and to provide the individuals not be able to participate in the elk hunt. Oh, or the alternate, I think that's misspelled.
Or the alternate.
Oh, the alternate, yeah, if the primary individuals were not able to participate.
Okay. Is that clear, everyone? Okay, good.
Second.
Perfect. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. This motion passes. And thank you very much for this very wonderful program. Okay, moving on to agenda number 16. I believe we have Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project, and I want to say thank you, Sir Chad Nelson from the Department of Game and Fish, ready to describe this request for approval of Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am here to present an application from a nonprofit organization which is seeking approval to accept donated hunting licenses. State law 1737 NMSA authorizes the director to transfer a hunting license to a nonprofit organization that is approved by the State Game Commission. This same statute actually provides for refunds or transfers by license holders in cases of death, medical, and military. But if they do not qualify under that, then they would choose this option to donate the license through an approved nonprofit organization. 1931-3 NMAC specifies that in order to qualify, the nonprofit organization has to demonstrate their history and ability to promote hunting, fishing, and trapping in New Mexico in order to receive donated hunting licenses for transfer to eligible recipients. Again, eligible recipients are youth under 18 and resident, veterans, and first responders. As you said, the application we've received is from Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project. They have provided the department with documentation of their nonprofit status, and they have also provided documentation demonstrating their history and ability to promote hunting activities in New Mexico. And with that, I will stand for any questions, and I'm not sure if Mr. Pena is here. I thought he may be here to advocate for his organization. No?
Okay. Can we go over again the requirements? We have the requirements for the status, is that correct? I'm going to defer this over to Director Mike Sloan.
Madam Chair, so they have to be a nonprofit, but in New Mexico, to be a nonprofit, you also have to register with the Attorney General's office. It's come to my attention that this organization is not currently registered, so if the commission would be interested in approving them, I would suggest that you make that approval contingent upon their registering with the Attorney General's office as a nonprofit.
Okay, very good. So I have 2 comment cards, and I'm going to invite 2 persons up to the microphone that's to my left. The first one is Ray Trejo, and the second one is Jesse DeBell. Thank you, sir. If you could, maybe about 2 minutes. I mean, we're running ahead of schedule, but.
Okay. So I promise to keep it short. My name is Ray Trejo, and I work for the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. I'm also a board member with Nuestra Tierra. It's a nonprofit, and I wasn't aware of that they hadn't completed the paperwork. I'll make sure we look into that. But let me just start off by reading to you our mission, and then tell you just a little bit about what we've been doing. So our mission is to ensure that border communities have access to the outdoors, and that our history, values, and people are reflected in the land management decisions through education, advocacy, and empowerment. So that's our mission. We've been doing hikes with kids. Mostly our focus are with the children, but we've done some hunting trips. We've done numerous fishing trips, and we're just getting started. So that's why I'm asking that you will hopefully consider, once we get everything in the right place, that you consider our request. Okay?
Very good. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Jesse Dubell?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I just want to provide a very brief testimonial about the relationship between the New Mexico Wildlife Federation and Nuestra Tierra. Angel Pena, who's not able to be here today because he had other commitments, has been an incredible partner in some of our on-the-ground youth outreach, primarily in southern New Mexico. One example is the coordination that we provide together to put on the Aldo Leopold Fishing Day, and just numerous activities. And I just wanted to, again, provide testament to the incredible work that this organization does with our youth. And I'm sure that registering with the Attorney General's office is something that they can take care of very promptly. So I would certainly appreciate it if this commission would approve their application with that particular contingency. And Director Stone, thank you very much for bringing that up as well, so we can ensure that that gets taken care of. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. And again, in the spirit of transparency, what some of you don't know is that the commissioners all have a packet of material, and I do see in the packet of material a letter from Angel Pena, the Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project, to the Department of Game and Fish, or State Game Commission, I'm not sure, but the point is that there is an acknowledgement here of that nonprofit status, the 501c3, and I suspect it's quite easily, I'm going to look to our Attorney General's office attorneys to essentially come forward with that requirement of coming, presenting.
So, Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think that the commission can approve this today, and then just say contingent upon the organization presenting to the director a certificate providing evidence of their registration.
Very good. Thank you very much. I love the team work that takes place in all of these meetings. You'll see that we all kind of look to each other and we kind of work together. So any other comments before we move to a motion?
I'll make a quick comment. I will, sorry. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I had a chance to go quail hunting with Mr. Pena and Mr. Trejo and the Wildlife Federation, Jesse DeBell, during our last game commission meeting in Las Cruces. And I can attest that their mission and vision is true, and they are getting in the outdoors. And I can say on the record that Mr. Trejo is one hell of a quail hunter. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion.
One more, I think we have some comments. So Commissioner Sills.
Madam Chair, members of the public, I'm going to echo essentially the same thing. I know Mr. Pena, and he's been involved with getting youth into the outdoors, I think, for more than 10 years. I've had the good fortune to spend some time with him while he was doing that. So I think they're the real deal, and I very much support this.
Beautiful. I look forward to hearing the motion.
Madam Chair. Motion to approve Nuestra Tierra Conservation Project as a qualified nonprofit organization to receive donated hunting licenses or permits contingent upon the registration with the New Mexico Attorney General's office.
Beautiful.
Second.
I have a second. I have a motion and a second, so I'd like to take a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Beautiful. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Now, we can move on to, and thank you, Chad. I'm not going to take a break if you don't mind, according to our agenda. We're working very efficiently today, again, mindful of our taxpayer dollars. Agenda item number 17. Chief Stuart Riley, we're going to hear from you about amendments to the hunting and fishing manner and method rule. That is Rule 19.31.10. This is an action item on our agenda, and we would love to hear how this rule can be aligned with the bear and cougar rule that was adopted in November. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission, as you all were aware, in November, the commission adopted a new bear and cougar rule that will take effect April 1st of this year. One of the provisions in the rule was not allowing trapping as a means of sport harvest for cougars anymore. Manner and method has 2 sections specifically in it that deal with trapping as it relates to sport harvest. So all that needs to be done is those 2 sections in the manner and method rule need to be struck. And so all we are looking for is we would present here today, basically we'd strike those 2 sections, that's subsections DD and EE of 1931-10-12 to align with the provisions that you already adopted in November. We would put the NPR out, notice to public register, this week, so you guys can take final action on rulemaking at the April 30th meeting. And so it'll be publicly noticed. We held public meetings across the state on the bear and cougar rule. As you all well know, we had 4 or 5 meetings where we discussed the bear and cougar rule at length, specifically this topic as well. So this just aligns the decisions the commission had already made with the manner and method rule.
Beautiful. Commissioners, do I have any questions or comments for Chief Stewart? No, my goodness gracious. Lickety split. Yeah. So, do I have a motion? Oh, no. This was just completely discussion. Okay. So then let's move on to yes, thank you, Stuart. So the last several agenda items, general public. So we have one. John Crenshaw, if you'd like to step forward to the microphone here, and any others that would like to submit public comment, we have some public cards that you can sign, or some cards, and just come forward.
Okay, thank you for indulging me. John Crenshaw, President of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation now, and 45 years ago, member of the staff of Game and Fish Department when Operation Game Thief came into effect. As a public information officer, I was actually pretty deeply involved in the launch of that because it was much information and education as a law enforcement effort. And one of the things I'd like to point out, the Wildlife Federation at the time and other sportsmen's organizations very strongly supported the launching of this program. The other is that the poacher, our contract poacher, I had a pretty interesting experience because I went along with him for about a week to document what was going on in that study. So I kind of think that picture of the guy shooting over the top of the cab was mine, and if it wasn't, it could have been. And there was for a long time, a lot of video floating around. Would like to add that we were under a collector's permit, but the statute of limitations is already run out anyway. But I do distinctly recall that Jeff was his name, took at least 1.1 and 2 deer while we were out, and I think there may have been some others. It was a long time ago, but he was very good. I think he'd done it before. The other thing I mentioned to the captain was the very first Operation Game Thief case that was cleared was a non-game case. It was a kestrel, a sparrowhawk that was kept illegally, and somebody turned it in, and we got the sparrowhawk and paid $50 reward. The Kestrel's name is Barney. He was flying around the office there for a while. So it started with a long game, and I'm really glad that they're getting off and trying to get some help like with the Gila monsters and the reptiles and amphibians. That does need to be really done. The first really big case that got us a lot of publicity and a lot of public support, there were 4 bull elk that were killed and left near the town. And when that was cleared, they really got a good kickstart for Operation Game Thief. And OGT is successful for the same reasons that Crime Stoppers was successful, or is successful. Criminals hang out with criminals, and the honest folks here don't. So I can't turn anybody in because I don't know them, but the poachers' buddies do, and that's particularly effective against the guys that are like taking 30 animals in 3 or 4 months, that kind of level. I would also add that there was a pretty fair sprinkling of jilted girlfriends who got even.
Okay, Mr. Crenshaw, well, that was very good. I'm sorry, you may not have heard there was a bell here. So thank you.
I won't touch all of that.
Thank you. I have a number of cards here, and we're just going to proceed in the order in which they are presented or provided. So the next card that I have here is Michael Dax. If you could please come forward, and I want to say thank you for your passion and your interest in presenting a comment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Michael Dax with Defenders of Wildlife. It's been a while since I've been at a meeting, so I felt like this is probably the most efficient way of just conveying a little bit of information to all of you. I had a chance to talk to Commissioner Souls just before we reconvened here, and he was not aware of the Wildlife Corridors Action Plan meetings taking place, and so I thought maybe others of you might not be aware. But the department has already had 3 meetings in coordination with DOT, and this is coming out of a bill that passed last year to put together a statewide plan identifying hot spots for vehicle collisions, especially where they coincide with population level wildlife corridors, to help point towards some places where we could put in some safe passage projects to help both drivers and wildlife. So tomorrow it's Farmington, next Tuesday is Las Cruces, then Silver City, and then Roswell and Taos. So I'm sure you guys can find that schedule through the department's website. I also wanted to make sure all of you were aware that this legislative session, the legislature passed the Wildlife Trafficking Act, which was sponsored by Senator Mimi Stewart here in Albuquerque. I worked closely with Senator Stewart on that bill and have already been talking with my colleagues at Defenders of Wildlife in D.C. who have a much more of an international focus about putting on some trainings for law enforcement, for game and fish law enforcement, to help distinguish some of these items, because it can be very difficult if you're not trained, especially with some of these international species. So I will plan to be in contact with the department more about that, but I want to let all of you know New Mexico is the 11th state to have such a bill, and because El Paso, Texas is one of the largest trafficking points, or is the largest trafficking points for things coming in from Latin America, New Mexico is pretty key in ending that practice. And then finally, I want to let you all know that on June 4th, we are working with the department as well as other state agencies and federal agencies on a beaver summit that will likely be in Santa Fe, talking about the ecological impacts of beavers, picking up on a 2014 memorial, that was passed by then Senator Tim Keller, directing the state to put together a statewide beaver management plan. So all of you are invited to that, and then we'll also be putting in some beaver dam analogs on the Cebolla later that week, and you're all invited to that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Michael Dax. The next card that
Can I make a comment just on this whole topic of wildlife corridors?
Well, Vice Chair, what I'm going to just remind the commissioners that it's very important that when we hear public comment, we're demonstrating that we're hearing public comment. So if you're going to say something...
Not in rebuttal. He brought up the meetings, and I just wanted to let the game department know that from an article I read in the newspaper that came out of Ruidoso, that the wild horse advocates are planning on attending these meetings. They're very upset. They don't feel like the wild horses are getting the same fair treatment as wildlife. In fact, Patient O'Dowd says only meat can cross the street. So that's their mantra right now. So it ought to make those meetings interesting.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's very good. Thank you. The next comment card that I have here is from Anthony Manfred. If you're ready.
It's a little non sequitur and not nearly as interesting as a Beaver Summit, but nonetheless, I wanted to talk to you guys really quick about an action item that was acted upon by the commission on the October 25th meeting. Madam Chair, you weren't there, so I apologize. This will kind of seem out of it for you. And I guess there was information presented before that, and it's reference Administrative Rule 1931-3, Part O. It's the rounding up process that used to take place. I'm an outfitter. I should have introduced myself, but I'm afraid Craig's going to hit me with the beeper here. So,
it's on your
yeah, right. So the situation there is that the state statute, which is 17.316, was pretty clear on how allotment was going to go, but it ran into some negative criticism, right? I believe Senator Munoz from Gallup was not a fan publicly in a newspaper, and so there was an amendment made where you guys suspended that rule, which allowed the director to round up and add a license to hunt codes that had 0.5 or greater percentage of licenses in that pool. So I would like you to consider looking at that again and perhaps reinstituting that rule. I know that this is ex post facto and I'm here late, but I didn't have any idea this was going on, and that might be an opens meetings issue, because I don't know where it was notified. I try to monitor the website. I don't go into the area office, but I try to monitor the website, and I didn't see that this was a proposal being considered or an action item that day, right? And I think it's a substantive way that you guys do business, so it's one of those things. Anyway, what I want to say is, if state statute was pretty clear and it prescribed how it would go, right? And it meant for the allocation of another license to the outfitter pool, which I think is the way to do business. The problem that got run into is residents and non-residents, right? And there was a lot of discussion about that was not representing the 84% prescribed for residents. All of the people that I outfit are residents. So though they come from the outfitter pool, they would still meet your requirement. It's on, and I know it's a short period, so I will stop, but that's the thing that I think is worthy of mention, because I do believe it's taking the Game Commission out of compliance with state statute. And I think that's something that could be like civilly libelous for y'all. It's a thought. I know you're attorneys, so.
Thank you, sir. Very good. The next card is from Brandon Wynn. If you could please come back to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. And so also I want to talk about the actions taken on October 25th. And the action that the Commission took was proper, and respectfully, we're just completely wrong about not following the statute. I'm kind of the godfather of that thing, and I've looked at it inside out real hard. I probably think I know about the way that was working more than anyone except for maybe Stuart Riley. So what I was going to recommend is that you took action there and you just gave direction to the department on what to do. What I suggest you do is, now that we're kind of in the lull of the rulemaking period, you take in the next couple of commission meetings and actually write a rule. There's never been a rule written on that statute. We've been just working off the statute. So in order to allow his concerns and my concerns, go ahead and codify that in the rule, okay? And then also, we talked about the donation tags that go in there. There's kind of a weird thing that goes on in New Mexico that doesn't happen in other states. If I turn the tag in, I can decide, instead of turning it in, I can go to the director, and this is extremely rare. I think we're the only state that allows this. I can decide who this tag goes to. So instead of turning it in, I can say, oh, I want to give it to my cousin. I can actually, I've talked to the department, it doesn't say I can't sell it. So I could, instead of turning, it's a loophole in the rule. It's actually written in there that it's not even a loophole. They say that you can by rule do this. I think that you ought to strike that rule because it generates, and I know firsthand knowledge that there's fraud being committed. People will apply something that they know is physically unable to hunt, so they have an extra hat in the draw, and then they turn around, and a lot of times it's for money through an outfitted hunt or something, and it's just, there's a reason no one else does it. And I really think if you look at that, you say, no, this kind of stinks, we don't want it. So at least consider that. I'd like to bring that up. Thank you very much. Bye.
Very good, thank you, sir.
2 minutes or less.
Okay, next is Jesse. Jesse DeVille, thanks.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Most importantly, I just want to thank this commission and the State Land Commissioner and her staff that was here this morning for working so hard and coming up with a very solid agreement, one that the hunters, primarily hunters, but also some anglers of the state are super appreciative of. And we recognize how hard this commission worked to ensure that the best interests of the hunters of this state were met and advocated for throughout the whole negotiation process. So first and foremost, I really want to thank the commission for working so hard on that. I know that was a difficult thing that took a long time to get done, and there were some hiccups during the process. But again, the State Land Commissioner and this commission worked together exceptionally well, and the outcome proves that. The New Mexico Wildlife Federation for years has advocated to get full dispersed camping on state trust lands. We're not there yet, but this agreement is a step in the right direction, so it's wonderful. Also, for the members of the public that are here and also those that might be watching on webcast, I'd just like to remind people that there's a fundraiser auction for the Department of Game and Fish to benefit the Game Protection Fund on March the 14th. All the information is available on the department website, but for anybody watching this, it'd be terrific to see very, very strong support for that wonderful event. Thank you all so much.
Excellent, thank you for that nice plug. We should have said that earlier. Okay, the next speaker I have is Solomon Massey Jr. If you could please step forward, and thank you also for your comment.
That's a tricky last name. It's a Mayese.
Mayese.
You know, everybody knows this, or that family by Mace.
Yeah.
Mace is M-A-C-E. Okay, Chair Lady Sharon Hickey, and is Mr. Sloan here also?
Yes, he is.
Thank you very much for this few minutes that you're going to allow me. I got together with the Game and Fish and the commissioners back in June of 2016, and I proposed, or I submitted a proposal to the commissioners, and this is really good. Now you guys have an opportunity to put a feather in your hat here. I submitted a proposal that you would guarantee 70 and older archery mule deer hunters a tag each year. We'll pay for it, but just guarantee that we get a tag. In my defense, how many guys are going to apply for this? How many 70 and older hunters are there? And if we get 30, let's say, that's a high end, 30 in the whole entire state, how many are going to get a shot at a mule deer? And if that percentage, that small percentage to get a shot, how many are going to hit the mule deer and harvest it, okay? So, we're not going to deplete the herds, trust me. But I hate September to come around. I'm 76 years old. I love to be out there in the mountains hunting. But if I don't draw a tag, September comes along and I can't go out and hunt. This is my therapy. I don't do it for the meat, or my family would have starved years ago, I do it because I love to be out there in the quiet. Archery hunting, and I hunt with a stick and string. I don't use those big high-tech compound bows and stuff, And so I would like to resubmit. They rejected this, the other commissioners that were here before you guys. So I came to thank them, but they're not here. So thank you for considering this proposal. I hope to keep it alive. I left a copy for everybody of the original proposal, okay? please look at it again and keep it alive. I know it's a 4-year cycle. Right now, maybe we're halfway through this cycle that we're in. The dear biologist from Santa Fe, Oren DeVuve, I worked with him on this, and he's the one that called me with the bad news that they had rejected it. But I would like to, if you guys to consider it and keep it alive, 70 and older, it's great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Anthony, very much. Thank you. So I have one last card, but I thought I did already do that. Okay. Public comment is very important to us. We really need to demonstrate that we are listening. I also want to say thank you to each and every one of you, for those that are present here or that are back at their home or in their offices. I know that many of you send emails to us. In particular, I don't reply to emails. Sometimes I do, but it is rare, and I think some of the commissioners also do, but I want you to know that we are listening, okay? I think this segment is very important to always hear public comment, and so I thank our attorneys for reminding us that the agenda that we put out and post on our website is really trying to encourage that public comment, helping us not only with feedback, but things to consider and how to move forward. So that takes us to the end of the meeting. I don't think we have to stay here until 4 o'clock. We have no other agenda items. Yes, Vice Chair.
We're going to go back into executive. We don't need to.
We don't. I'll go on the record because it may have been picked up on the audio here. Vice Chair Commissioner Salazar Henry asked if we would be going into an executive session. Earlier this morning, very early on when we came back from our executive session, I did say that there might be the possibility of having to go back into an executive session, but on advice of counsel, it's important that we stick to our agenda, okay? Again, getting back to promises and transparency. So we are not going to go into an executive session. Rather, what we're just going to do is just adjourn the meeting, sticking with the agenda. So that said, the next agenda item is item number 19, which is a reminder to us all that we are going to be meeting again on April 30th in Silver City. We have homework. I think so do you, all of us. It's very good homework. And any other comments from the commissioners before I adjourn?
No.
Okay, well, with that said, I would like to adjourn this meeting. This meeting is closed.
Mm-hmm.